This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You are getting a live look inside the flight control room. Currently, the Orbit 1 team is on console, led by Flight Director Jeff Radigan. There on the right of your screen in the white shirt. Capcom for today in the center of your screen is Canadian Space Agency astronaut and Artemis II backup Jenny Gibbons. She's the voice you'll hear talking with the crew. And to her right is Capcom Matthew Dunn.
And Houston Integrity, you asked if we had some free time to give you a call. I can help you out with something right now.
Copy, Jeremy. We'll be back with you in a minute. Integrity for activities for Jeremy.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jeremy, in your free time, we suggest that you go to the task list and you can choose the cabin speaker assessment or the PWD flow test. And if you prefer not to do either of those, you can always go to the Nat Geo shot list.
Okay, thanks. integrity. 4 CCUs have been dumped. We are complete. Thank you.
Copy all. Thanks, Victor.
And Houston Integrity, we're just curious, if we had another CCU to dump in the next 10 to 15 minutes, can we just go ahead and do that? Will the heaters be configured? Does that work for your plant?
Checking. Affirm, Jeremy, our heaters are configured, so you would be go to dump.
Okay, you can anticipate that then.
Copy. We will.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You continue to hear calls from Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, his first flight to space, referencing the CCU, Collapsible Contingency Urinal. The crew is using these at this time rather than the toilet as we continue troubleshooting the wastewater dumps. Having just completed one, the crew is using these instead of the waste management system. Throughout the Artemis II mission, you are likely hearing the crew members refer to their spacecraft as Integrity. It is the Orion spacecraft, and the Artemis II crew members named it Integrity, announcing that name last fall. They said the name Integrity embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across the crew and the many engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission success.
Houston integrity on 1 for the conferences.
Go ahead.
From this point forward, if you see any crew member logged into VC, just go ahead and connect the conferences straight to them. We'll likely be on Jeremy's login for most of the conferences.
Copy all. That works for us. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You are looking at a visualization of the Orion spacecraft. We don't have views at this time, but hope to regain them shortly. Currently, Orion is over 176,700 miles away from Earth and closer to the Moon than to our home planet, now just 103,972 miles away from the Moon. You can track the location of Orion and its stats at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. We are eagerly awaiting the lunar flyby day on flight day 6. That flyby window is targeted to start now in 2 days, 3 hours, and 1 minute. During the crew's daily planning conference with teams here in Mission Control Houston, the teams on the ground relayed to NASA astronaut Christina Cook that any of her HRP standard measures timelined events today could be completed at any time. This crew is the first crew in deep space to participate in the spaceflight standard measures studies. This is an investigation that's been collecting data from participating crew members aboard the station and elsewhere since 2018. And the study aims to get a comprehensive snapshot of astronauts' bodies and minds by gathering a consistent set of core measurements of physiological response. Let's take a look.
You know how your doctor always checks your heart rate, blood pressure, and other vital signs? NASA collects similar measurements on as many astronauts as possible, and that includes the Artemis II crew flying around the moon. These measurements belong to a study called Spaceflight Standard Measures. Comparing information gathered from astronauts before, during, and after spaceflight provides a window into what happens to the human body in space. On their trek aboard the Orion spacecraft, Artemis crew members will track their nutrition, heart health, and immune system, while MRI scans pre- and post-launch will peek inside their eyes and brain. The crew will also participate in tests examining balance, muscle performance, motion sickness, and changes in their microbiome. Since 2018, NASA has been gathering standard measures like these from crews in Earth-based analogs and aboard the International Space Station. But Artemis II will be the first to provide these measurements in deep space. After returning from their mission, the crew will move through obstacle courses. They'll exit a mock capsule and conduct simulated moonwalk activities in a pressurized spacesuit, including practicing walking, using a ladder, connecting tubes to the capsule, carrying bulky objects, and more. Why? Some astronauts feel dizzy, unsteady, and nauseated post-flight, but scientists want to know how soon after landing on the moon could astronauts carry out mission-critical tasks and what workloads they could handle before fatigue sets in. By understanding how deep space travel affects the human body, NASA can take steps towards sending future astronauts to the surface of the moon, Mars, and beyond.
If you're just joining our coverage today, thanks for tuning in. We are live 24/7 throughout the Artemis II mission, all the way from prior to launch until splashdown and astronaut recovery. Today we were expecting to have the outbound trajectory correction burn 2. This would have been a very small maneuver using the reaction control system thrusters on the European service module. However, that burn was canceled. It was deemed unnecessary. We have a great trajectory already thanks to the translunar injection burn that was completed on flight day 2. That's the burn that set us on a course for the moon and helped us leave low Earth orbit for the first time in over 50 years. Canceling that burn also allowed the team some time today to reorient the spacecraft and assist troubleshooting with some of the wastewater dump issues they experienced last night. They did conduct another wastewater dump earlier and were able to clear up a little bit more of that system.
Houston Integrity on 1, any chance for a 5-minute private with the flight director?
Yes, sir. We're setting it up.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You heard that call from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, commander of the Artemis II spacecraft, down to the ground asking if they would privatize one of the loops. Again, almost all of their communication does go out publicly, so it's not uncommon for them to request the opportunity to speak with the flight director or flight controller teams on their own.
Houston, I'm going to start the stream for scene and voice checks. We're not in config, but it'll still give you an idea.
Copy, we'll be ready for you. Integrity, we have a good video feed of you.
Houston, confirm you're not getting any audio.
And Integrity, we believe that we were getting your audio. Let's try one more time. Integrity crew, I copy your 5 count loud and clear. You're sounding good. Integrity, we would like a 10 count, if able, in view of the camera to sync our audio and video. Thank you. Copy, Christina. We would have taken either direction, but we prefer the blast-off direction. That looks like a really good audio and visual sync for us, so thank you. Copy, sounds good.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're getting a live look inside the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity by the Artemis II crew. They are setting up for a public affairs event. Today they'll be speaking with NBC and CBS. We are now 2 days, 22 hours, and 1 minute into the Artemis II mission, the first flight of humans around the moon in over 50 years.
Houston integrity for photos. We have photos on PCD 1 of the CCU.
Copy. We'll grab them. Thank you.
And Jenny, FYI, we will have a few more after the PAO conference as well.
Copy. We'll keep an eye out.
As previously discussed, the crew aboard Orion is setting up for today's public affairs event. This look inside the Orion spacecraft: on the left, pilot Victor Glover, and on the right, mission specialist Christina Cook, both NASA astronauts. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, on Flight Day 4 of the Artemis II mission. As mentioned, the crew inside Orion is getting set up for a public affairs event that will take place in just about 7 minutes. The clients today are NBC and CBS. The astronauts will be speaking live with them from the Integrity spacecraft. They have now been in space for 2 days, 22 hours, and 8 minutes. Orion is now 178,250 miles from the place we all call home, our planet Earth. Shortly after today's public affairs event, we will be transitioning over to the mission status briefing here at Johnson Space Center. That is targeted for 4:15 p.m. Central Time. If you're watching on YouTube on NASA's stream, you can continue to watch on this feed to watch the news conference. But if you're interested in continuing to get live views from the spacecraft, you can transition to the other live feed available on NASA's YouTube. Again, our coverage continues 24/7, so don't go anywhere.
And Houston, as we get ourselves put back together, just make sure the scene and voice still looks good. From our perspective, the camera might be a little tilted, but it might be good.
Copy, Reed. Still looks good to us. Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, from inside Integrity, we are ready for the event.
NBC News, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is Tom Costello with NBC News. Are you hearing us okay?
Hey, Tom, it's great to hear your voice all the way up here, 155,000 nautical miles from Earth. How are you doing?
I'm well. Congratulations on your mission so far. I'm told this is the farthest interview ever conducted in history, and I'm wondering, how does it feel right now to be in a place that nobody has been since 1972?
Honestly, it is unbelievable that we in 1972, just being up here and seeing how difficult this is and how hard the team is working. We do have a little bit of echo on your call. We'll try to turn it down when we're answering, but this is a magnificent accomplishment to be up here, to see the moon, to see the Earth, and to know that we are between those two celestial bodies, and you can see it when you look out the window. The Earth is almost in full eclipse, the moon is almost in full daylight, and the only way you could get that view is to be halfway between the two entities. It is truly awe-inspiring up here.
The images you guys have sent back are absolutely spectacular, and when you look at the moon that you're headed for and that gets closer and closer, what are your thoughts?
Well, last night we did have our first view of the moon far side, and it was just absolutely spectacular. I think that one of the interesting things that happens when you look at a moon that inherently just looks different is like the darker parts just aren't quite in the right place, and something about you senses that is not the moon that I'm used to seeing. And sure enough, we got out our lunar targeting information, and we matched up, and we're like, yeah, that is the dark side. That is something we have never seen before. We must be, no kidding, like Reed said, somewhere between the Earth and the moon, getting a view from a different place and putting something that has meant so much to so many cultures, scientifically, spiritually, culturally, for so long, seeing it in a different way, and just pairing that with how much we miss and love our families and knowing that they're looking up and seeing the same moon. It's a pretty amazing feeling.
And when you look back at Earth, you've sent these breathtaking images, and it's Easter weekend, of course. What are your emotions as you look back at Mother Earth?
Well, before I list off a couple emotions, there's been a lot of disbelief up here. Just the fact that what we're seeing, where we are, it's hard to wrap your mind around. Like, I mean that sincerely. It really bends your mind. And the emotions that come along with that, there's a lot of happiness. Just to have experienced these unique things just brings you joy as a human. We're explorers at heart as human beings, and we really feel like we're exploring out here, and it brings a lot of excitement. And then, right away you are humbled. The fact that 4 of us get to be out here just brings you to your knees. The thought that we get this experience, we're doing our best to show it with the camera, but you can't do it. I know those photos are amazing, but let me assure you, it is another level of amazing up here. And there's a lot of gratitude for the teams of people that made this possible. And then the final emotion is hope for humanity's future, that we can do this right now means we could do so much more.
You guys are a long way from home. You may not realize you've become superstars, rock stars, while you've been gone. And I'm wondering, you've been able to talk to your families. How are they doing with you so far from home?
Well, just from I overheard from some of the conferences, and then what I enjoyed watching with my family, I think there's a lot going on. It's been interesting to hear what they have witnessed on the news and in social media, but also their launch experience. I got to hear the first story they saw, what they felt, and what they were thinking, and then what they wanted to know from me. And so the family conferences were great. It was so awesome to hear people talking to their families and then to speak with my family. And there's a lot, and I'm actually still processing. Mine was just about an hour ago, and I have a lot to go write down in my journal.
And I just want to tag on. I have my family conference right before Victor, so we had ours today. Christina and Jeremy had theirs yesterday, and I was just so jealous of them yesterday. I was so happy for them, but I was so jealous. And then this morning when my two daughters came on, and it was just the three of us talking, it was surreal. Just we're up here, we're so far away, and for a moment, I was reunited with my little family, and it was just the greatest moment of my entire life.
I'm just curious, you guys, you have all been dreaming of this moment for so long. Can you sleep in space when you are finally at this moment that you've been so excited about and working for so long?
Well, we do love sleeping up here, and such a long initial day that I think our bodies are ready to sleep no matter what. Most of us have been sleeping really well. For me, sleeping in space is one of the most comfortable ways to sleep, and it's very deep sleep, very peaceful sleep. Sometimes when you first get up here, you have a little bit of a sensation that something's wrong as soon as you wake up. Maybe you're falling or you don't recognize your surroundings, but it's great. I mean, honestly, being human up here is one of the coolest things about this mission. We are just people trying to get by. And for example, we might go look at the far side of the moon and take in its awesomeness and then go, maybe I should change my socks and try to dig around for a pair of socks. So this is the dichotomy of human spaceflight.
How will you describe this moment to your families, your grandkids, many years from now?
You kind of left me speechless with that. I think, it is weird when you're the four humans doing this. We're not doing this for reasons. Jeremy's answer was great. Like, if we can unite the world, that's awesome. But we're just the lucky four that got to be on this mission. We were in the right place at the right time with our international team, and we're up here doing this. I don't think any of us have really thought about legacy or any of that sort of thing. I do think it would be really neat someday if I can sit around with my grandkids, or maybe Ike's grandkids, or Christina's, or Jeremy's, or somebody somewhere, and tell stories of these times up here, because some of them are going to be unbelievable. There's beauty, but there's human elements too, and I just think it'd be fun to share in this human adventure. The key part of human exploration is the human, and coming back and sharing the story, and we're going to try our hardest with every single person on planet Earth.
So listen, Al Roker is awfully upset that he couldn't be here. Any messages to Al Roker and the Today Show family? They are watching every moment of this.
I have to be honest, I'm a little sad Al's not doing this interview too. It's great to talk to you, Tom, but I mean, Al, we had so much fun running around KSC with him, and so I hope he watched the launch, and we look forward to talking to him when we get back. Love you, Al.
Yeah. He was with me the whole time. You all look great. We're wishing you a great trip, and we want to see great photographs from the far side of the moon. Thank you, Integrity.
Thank you, Tom. It was great to be with you.
Go back.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the NBC News portion of the event. Please stand by for a voice check from CBS News.
Integrity, this is Mark Strassman with CBS News. How do you read me?
Mark, we have you loud and clear here in Integrity, 155,000 nautical miles away from Earth. How do we sound?
You sound fantastic. Congratulations on all your success so far, and thank you for the amazing images that you sent back from space. My first question, I hope a couple of you will take a stab at. I mean, so many people on Earth are living this moment through your experiences. So on a personal level, since leaving Earth's orbit, what have you been most struck by, and what has been the biggest surprise?
I I definitely think the thing that I have been most struck by was, I'm going to steal Jeremy's answer right here, but on translunar injection day, before we did that translunar injection burn, give me a second for the technical, and then I'll get to the artistic. But we're 38 miles from Earth, and then we got to come down to just 100 miles from Earth and do that translunar injection burn, and then we head out to the moon. And just that entire time, I mean, you could look away from the window and then look back, and Earth was bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And finally, Jeremy goes, I'm not sure if we're going to go around it or hit it. I mean, we're going right at the Earth. That translunar injection burn, we were just 100 miles up. That's not anywhere near the height of the International Space Station. We were under the International Space Station. They were just screaming right above the clouds, and that burn went off. And then just moments later, we look back, and we're already 30,000 miles from Earth heading to the moon. Like, blew us all away.
You know, Mark, I think one of the things that has struck me, there's so many amazing and so many profound things that we've seen and felt on this mission. But something else that just stays with me is a lot of us were excited to see Jeremy's expression or reaction to looking out at Earth from space, you know, being the first-time flyer. But the difference between Jeremy and someone who's never flown, but all of us, all four of us, and someone who's never flown is essentially equal. The three of us in space before, I think, feel just as amazed to be up here and to see some of the sights that we've seen. And so even though we lived on space station for a collective 2 years, we have seen and felt things that we have never felt before, from that ride, that wonderful ride on SLS, to being that 38,000 miles from Earth and just seeing some amazing views.
You know, I think we've all been on a trip where we wish we had packed differently. Now that you're pushing deeper into space, is there something you left behind that you wish you had brought with you?
You're hearing a lot of brainstorming in the cabin right now. The resounding answer is we feel very well taken care of. There's not a whole lot we would live without. That typical forgetting your sunscreen or your bug spray on vacation. They thought of everything. We've got it all. My initial response was my family. I would love to have them up here, but then I might actually never come home. And yeah, I really can't think of much. The other joke was we think we had a radiation hit on one of our computers and took it down. So maybe we would have packed a spare computer. Other than that, we're just so well taken care of. In fact, so well taken care of that sometimes we forget. You can easily just get your presence here in the cabin and forget exactly where we are.
I want to ask a question for all the young people watching. Take Kruger Middle School in San Antonio. They are studying the science and the engineering of the moonshot, along with what it takes to be an astronaut. What is your message to all the kids watching and fascinated?
Yeah, I was sharing with some people yesterday, you need to identify your passions in life. We all are attracted to something out there that, just kind of fired up. And then just to recognize that everybody has something of value to offer. I mean, that is just a true statement. And we as humans, even the four people up here doing this, we have self-doubt. We've had it in our pathway as well. And so I know all those youth out there too are thinking, no, I can't do that. Every once in a while, you're going to have that. And so share your passions with others, and you're going to be amazed at how they help you. They're on your team, and they're going to help you accomplish the things that you're interested in doing. And the reality is humanity needs those contributions. So just get after it.
Victor, I have one for you. Apollo 8 had a memorable Christmas Eve reading from Genesis. Do you have a message you'd like to share from space about Easter Sunday?
You know, I don't have anything prepared. I'm glad you brought that up, though. I think these observances are important, and as we are so far from Earth and looking back at, the beauty of creation, I think for me, one of the really important personal perspectives that I have up here is I can really see Earth as one thing. And, you know, when I read the Bible and I look at all of the amazing things that were done for us who were created, it's, you have this amazing place, this spaceship. You guys are talking to us because we're in a spaceship really far from Earth, but you're on a spaceship called Earth that was created to give us a place to live in the universe, in the cosmos. I think maybe the distance we are from you makes you think what we're doing is special, but we're the same distance from you, and I'm trying to tell you, just trust me, you are special. In all of this emptiness, this is a whole bunch of nothing, this thing we call the universe. You have this oasis, this beautiful place that we get to exist together. I think as we go into Easter Sunday, thinking about, you know, all the cultures all around the world, whether you celebrate it or not, whether you believe in God or not, this is an opportunity for us to remember where we are, who we are, and that we are the same thing, and that we got to get through this together.
Well, for someone who didn't have anything prepared, that was really quite extraordinary. Another question. During the lunar flyby, you're going to have radio silence for about 40 minutes. You'll be on one side of the moon. Everyone else on Earth will be on the other. You'll be focused on the mission. What do you hope the rest of us are thinking about?
I also haven't had anything prepared for that question, but I think things that come to mind for me are thinking about togetherness. When people talk about that Apollo 11 first moon landing, there's the two that landed on the moon, and then there's the one, Michael Collins, stayed in orbit, and he did orbits around the far side of the moon alone with those losses of signal. And people asked him the rest of his life what that was like. And in the end, for me, it leads back to gratitude. Gratitude that out of this huge universe, we get to live together on Earth, planet Earth, and what an anomaly that is. When I saw Earth for the first time on its own out the window, I was struck by the blackness around it. If you can just think about what it means to be together and what it means to be apart from your loved ones during that time and reflect on that, maybe we'll all come to a realization.
We've all watched a waxing moon from Earth. What's it like to watch the moon grow from space?
Well, before I get to the moon, something that I've just been really taken by is the waxing and waning Earth from our different perspectives. It's just been a little surprising to me. I just assumed it's sort of like the moon is consistent, you know, almost from day to day. You don't notice a huge change from one day to the next in how much of it is lit. But from, you know, 1 hour to a few hours later up here, we can see a completely different Earth as this orbit changes, especially when we are close to Earth. That was really surprising to me, from like crescent to full Earth. We woke up that first morning on TLI morning, it was a half Earth. Then it was a full Earth, and then it was a no Earth. Yeah. It's just really amazing. To watch the moon grow is exciting. That's our destination. That's where we're locked onto. When we're done with you today, we're going to get into some review of some of the science we're going to be doing and shifting our mindset to the Earth or to the moon. And I'm pumped to do some of those observations, some time up close and personal with the moon before we set our sights back at home.
And I'll just add, yesterday we were looking out the docking hatch, which is off the camera to the top side, and we were just starting to see the moon, and it just looked different. And we were catching glimpses of the far side, the side that you can never see from Earth, of Grimaldi, of Oriental. We were just starting to see around Grimaldi into that far. And as for humans who have looked at the moon our entire lives, it just looked different out the window, and that is wild. It just really put our place in the universe in perspective.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I think all of you should be grateful that Christina is such an expert space plumber. We'll see you when you get back.
We are. Thank you, Mark. It was great talking to you, and we are grateful. Take care.
Integrity. This is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes our event.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
Houston, we're configuring the HHP camera if you want the stream.
Copy. Thanks, Reed. Integrity Houston for a PCD conferencing clarification.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
And liftoff. We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together.
That's what's up. To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm Sandra Jones and we are here today to discuss the Artemis II mission and the ongoing historic first ever crewed flight test of the Orion spacecraft. Here to provide a status on the mission thus far is John Honeycutt, manager for NASA's Space Launch System program, Judd Freeling, Artemis II flight director, Debbie Korth, Orion deputy program manager, and Kelsey Young, lead for NASA's Science Mission Directorate. We'll start with some brief opening remarks from each of our briefers before we jump into questions here in the room as well as on our phone bridge. If you are dialed into our phone bridge, please press *1 to submit your name to the queue. If you do feel your name has been called already, please press *2 and you can withdraw your question. Once your name is called, please do state your name, affiliation, and to whom you'd like to direct your question. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to John for his opening remarks.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. Yeah, I think most of you know that I've kind of been on a hiatus from my SLS job for the last 7 or 8 months and running the mission management team, but we'll talk a little bit more about SLS as I get through my opening remarks. It's good to be here with you all today, be back with you again. As we continue the Artemis II mission. First things first, integrity remains on a free return trajectory and is on the outbound transit towards the moon with lunar flyby day 6, which is Monday coming up. So very excited about that. As you heard yesterday, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy are now closer to the moon than they are to Earth. I can tell you they've been incredibly busy. I know you've been watching coverage of the mission. I think you'll agree. It looks like they're really enjoying their work, and I can tell that in their voice when we're listening to the voice loops. And then all the imagery that we've been getting is pretty incredible. So the crew took this image yesterday. We got an image. Come on there. Stand by. So they took this image yesterday. On the far left, you can see features of the moon that have never been seen by human eyes. Until yesterday, only robotic imagers have seen this region of the moon. And then in the next image, you can see Commander Reed Weissman getting a view of the Earth from Integrity's window. That's quite a bit different than what he saw from the International Space Station. That's absolutely beautiful. From a mission management team perspective, we continue to meet daily to discuss status and get updates from the flight operations team, Orion, consider mission risk throughout all those conversations. We get an update on payload utilization and then discuss any anomalies and any necessary actions. Currently, coming out of the meeting today, we're working through a couple of items that you're going to hear more from Judd and Debbie. They can discuss those. None of those were any increase in mission risk or impacts to the mission. The team has not asked the MMT to take on any additional risk so far. As part of today's meeting, we did get an outbrief from the SLS team. Judd said a couple of days ago that it looked like things went perfectly through launch, and the data certainly bears that out for SLS. The bottom line is the SLS rocket performance was, again, just like Artemis I, in fact, a little bit better right down the middle, and our insertion accuracy was within less than 1%. You know, I've talked off and on relative to things that are important to me throughout the mission, primarily with entry interface, right? Because that's the big one that gets us home and gets the crew boots back on Earth. But it certainly it doesn't go without mentioning that, you know, the first step in that is getting the rocket ready, and then the next step is having a SLS deliver the spacecraft to the point in space where it needs to be. And so it did that with 99.92% accuracy. That was a big bullseye, and I'm very happy about that. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Judd.
Okay, thanks, John. Let's see, on the back half of Cruise Day yesterday, they performed a CPR demo just to figure out where would be a good spot in integrity to do CPR if they needed to do that. They had a public affairs outbrief. We also did a test of the search, acquire, and track mode of the Orion communication system. So that's if Orion, for some reason, loses its pointing knowledge, then it can go acquire communication with Earth on its own. Crew did check out of their med kits. They did some also a Nat Geo event there. They also had, we also did a DSN emergency comm test again to test out the ranging on the emergency comm system to make sure that was all working, everything went well. Jeremy also had another CSA Public Affairs conference, planned medical conference. During the night, we tried to vent the wastewater tank that's attached to the toilet. We had problems with that due to suspected blockage, we think probably due to ice. So we directed the crew overnight to use their collapsible contingency urine devices, just like they did on flight day 1. Let's see, this morning we had our normal planning conferences. We also had the private family conferences and also the private psychological conferences that were planned. Additionally, we did we're going to do another test of the PWD and take videos of that just so we can get that data to the engineering teams. The planned trajectory correction for today, OTC-2, was canceled because, again, Orion is doing such a great job. We had great insertion accuracy. We had a good TLI burn, so we ended up canceling that. A benefit of canceling that, too, side benefit, it allowed us to put Orion space capsule in an attitude that will put sun on the vent of that wastewater tank to see if we can try to heat that up and get that wastewater vented. We were partially successful. We got about half of the tanks out of half of the urine out of those tanks. So we'll continue to troubleshoot on that. Later today, we'll do the manually piloting demo part 2, which will test out the 6 degree of freedom versus the 3 degree of freedom modes of the capsule, so we can get detailed information on how those behave. We'll also, the crew will videotape the exercise device so we can get engineering data on how that exercise device is working. We'll also do another VIP event for the Canadian Space Agency. We'll do some imaging, taking pictures out the window, and then the crew has their planned medical conferences. That's all I have, and I'll hand it over to Debbie, and she'll talk about the Orion systems.
All right, thank you, Judd. So yeah, I'm pleased to report that the Orion spacecraft, it's very good health, continues to operate nominally on its way to the moon, so there's no major anomalies that we're working at this time. I'm going to pull up the first image, if you could, of the exterior view of the spacecraft. So this is a beautiful view of the Orion with the sun shining off of that SIOX tape that covers all of those TPS backshell tiles. We actually yesterday performed a routine external inspection of the entire spacecraft to make sure that it's healthy for that return trip when it needs to come back home. And again, please report, found no damage to any tiles, no major tape removals or anything, so it looked really good. We did side-by-side comparisons to Artemis I. Actually looks quite a bit better than even Artemis I did at this point in the mission. We also, this image here, I guess I should mention, is from our optical communication system. So it's been downloading gigabytes of data throughout the mission. So this is one of the high resolution images that we got of Orion throughout the days so far. Let's see. We are still continuing to troubleshoot the urine venting, as Judd mentioned. I did have a partial successful venting after the maneuvers that Judd mentioned, getting some sunlight on that vent. The vents are located, the primary vent's located near that umbilical, that white block you see at the bottom there between the crew module and the crew module adapter. And so we think it's probably been seeing more shadow than anticipated. And so by heating that up, we were able to get some of the urine out, but clearly didn't solve the whole problem. So continuing to troubleshoot that. Should mention, this is a common occurrence. We saw these kinds of events on shuttle as well. So we have some tools in the toolkit we'll be looking at on what else we can do there. The toilet itself is operable. This is a test flight. We're figuring out how all these systems work together, but it is operable and we have redundancy to get us through the mission. Let's see. I guess we'll go to the next photograph. This is actually inside the spacecraft. It's maybe a little dark to see. We had the crew members turn the lights off or down low so they can actually take some really great images out of the windows. So I'm not sure if you can see, but I think Jeremy may be taking some photographs out the window, and Christina's back there working on the PC on her laptop computer. So anyway, a beautiful view of the inside. Most of the daytime pictures we see are really lit up, so it was nice to see the crew performing some of the other operations in the capsule. So I guess the spacecraft continues to operate nominally. Our team remains hard at work, making sure we're testing out all of the systems, getting through all the flight test objectives, and continuing to work the minor things that we have on our list. So with that, I'll hand it over to Kelsey.
Yeah, really pleased to be here today. We're now 2 days away from the lunar flyby, which is planned for Monday. So as we just heard earlier, the moon is now closer to the crew than the Earth is. So we're really gearing up to support the flyby. April 1st was an exciting day to launch because we have some really exciting observations planned for the day that the crew will actually fly by the moon. I actually have a video to show you guys of, in just 1 minute, the entire several-hour flyby. So if you could pull that up, that'd be great. When they start the flyby, they'll be able to see big chunks of the near side. That's the side that we can look up at night when they're observing the moon and be able to see that near side as well. As they get closer, they'll start to focus on that near side, far side transition. Again, the far side is the side of the moon that always faces away from our own planet. So as they get closer, they'll be able to see features that human eyes have never before seen. Earlier, Oriental was mentioned. This was a really exciting scientific destination. They got eyes on it yesterday from pretty far away. They'll have an opportunity during the flyby to spend a lot of time checking it out. You see Earthsat where Earth disappeared behind the far side of the moon, and you're about to see it pop out the other side, of course, in Earthrise. And then a really interesting opportunity we have for Monday's flyby is we will actually, from the vantage point of integrity, the sun will pass behind the moon from their perspective, creating a solar eclipse from a perspective that is very, very unique to this mission. It will be a roughly 53-minute eclipse, and then they'll see sunrise where the sun pops out the other side of the moon. There's a lot of science objectives baked into what the crew are going to be doing during the flyby. Those science objectives were developed by our lunar science team. I think we can go to a video of where the lunar science team is currently stationed in Building 30 across campus here in the science evaluation room. We developed a set of 10 lunar science objectives that were based on our lunar science and planetary science driving questions in lunar and planetary science. And as a result, we developed a targeting plan for the crew to follow on Monday. They're actually reviewing that plan today. They all have about an hour book kept on their timelines to review the plan for Monday, and we're looking forward to hearing their observations and ultimately, of course, seeing the photos that they downlink. The crew has spent many, many months training in a variety of different environments to make these really scientifically impactful observations, and so we're really excited as we're getting closer to the moon for all of this really wonderful lunar science the crew are going to be able to do for us. I'm excited to hear your questions.
Okay, great. So now we'll open it up for questions here in the room. We'll start here in the front row with Marcia.
Hi, Marcia Dunn, Associated Press. I'm sorry I have to ask some toilet questions.
Your mic's on.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press, with some toilet questions, if you don't mind. I'm assuming right now the toilet's no-go for number 1, but okay for number 2. Sorry to have to ask this. And how many backup bags, do you have, the contingency pouches? Because I know you use so many to try to fill up with drinking water. So you got plenty enough of those, and how frustrated are you because you thought you got it fixed, and here we are again?
Yeah, so the toilet is, it technically will work with number 1 right now, but we just want to keep the tanks half full right now until we figure out what's going on with the vent line. Absolutely, it'd still go for number 2. As far as the collapsible contingency urine devices, each crew member has 2 of those. But they can be either vented overboard, which we've proven that still works, or we could be collected in contingency water bags. But we don't anticipate that we'll have to do that since we can still vent those units overboard.
Thank you.
The urine tank that is in the vehicle is only about the size of a small, like your office trash can. So we want to make sure we can empty it out before we put anything else in there.
Thank you both. Next up, we'll take a question from Eric Berger.
Hi, Eric Berger, Ars Technica. 2 questions. I guess the first one's for Mr. Honeycutt. You guys come out here and everyone's sort of calm, and we see on the video things are calm. Can you just kind of take us inside the MMT or sort of behind the scenes and just talk about, is everything kind of as calm sort of as it appears? Like, is everything under control? Because, if I go back to sort of the shuttle days, it was kind of the same kind of thing, but behind the scenes, you find out that it's fairly frenetic. So I'd just like to get a little bit of sort of view of, because it looks like you guys, it looks like things are going really well. And then a question either for Judd or Debbie. You mentioned the 6 DOF and 3 DOF control tests today. For Artemis 3, Artemis 4, a nominal mission, how much of the flying on those missions will be manual versus do you anticipate it being almost all automated unless there's some kind of contingency necessary? Thank you.
Yeah, so, I've been accused of not worrying or getting excited about things and kind of even keel, and I see that in the rest of the team in the meetings every day. Now, we spent a great deal of time training, and the training team gave us some really hard things to work throughout training. And so I think it's a tribute to the amount we trained about and how good the teams are working together. I've been very pleased with the way that the Orion team, the MER team, and FOD have been integrating across each other prior to coming to the MMT, so we got pretty crisp stories. So we've had some things to talk about. The MMT's asking good questions across the board. I think I'm getting really good answers from the technical teams that are in the room presenting. So I don't have any doubt at all if we run into something that gets a little tougher, I think things will still remain calm. I think the teams get ahead of it before they get to the MMT and generally come back with good recommendations.
As for your second question about manual versus automatic control on future missions, the anticipation is that most of the time the crew will be using automatic mode, but whenever we're trying to rendezvous with a target vehicle, that's the time that we would be using a manual mode so that we have that, visual cues to closing rates and things like that so that we can, rendezvous there. So I don't know, Debbie, if you want to expand on that at all.
No, I think that's pretty much covers it. I mean, I think part of the demo is really seeing how the handling qualities might degrade if you ended up in a 3 DOF situation versus 6 DOF, and we plan to fly in 6 DOF. So this is all about, like I said, a test flight, figuring out how this vehicle handles. And I think this manually piloting demo, we've got part of it coming up, and then there's another part later in the mission to just really understand how it works if they do have to take over manual control in any kind of situation.
Thank you. Next up, Joey Roulette.
Thanks. Joey Roulette with Reuters. I just wanted to quickly follow up on that question for Debbie.
You said no major anomalies on this mission. Is there anything that you guys are tracking that are not typically major, I guess, but that were off nominal? And I'm also curious to hear, what everyone thinks about the internet's fixation on the toilet issue. The internet, they love space toilets for some reason. I'm just curious to hear, your guys' perspective on that and how you perceive that. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think space toilets and bathrooms is something everybody can really understand. We're flying it for the first time. Apollo didn't have that kind of technology in the vehicle, so it's always a challenge. They still have challenges on the space station with toilets. It's just a very complicated thing to accomplish. So some of the things we're seeing, we're not totally unexpected. The icing events is things we've seen before, so I think we've got ways to work through that. We just got to figure out how we can point the vehicle the way we need to. There's other constraints with pointing the vehicle for power generation and thermal protection of the vehicle. So how do all these things work together? And you can only test that once you get the vehicle up in space for the first time. So no issues there. Other small things I just mentioned. I mean, there are a lot of little things we're working every day. I wouldn't say anything major. The crew did detect a kind of a smell coming from the UWMS or the hygiene bay area, but not a biological smell. Something. So we're trying to figure out what could that possibly be. So we have analyzers on board we can look, but we're not seeing anything off nominal in our power systems, our thermal systems. So, we'll be looking into that to make sure we can understand what that might be. I can't think of anything really else. I mean, there's like a lot of little things, but that's probably the only thing that we've got teams really looking into at this point.
I think the fixation on the toilet is kind of human nature, right? I mean, everybody knows how important that is to us here on Earth, and it's harder to manage in space, so it's. I'm interested in it. I know we're in a good state right now, but I would really like for it to be in the best state that it can be, for the crew's sake. They're kind of like it's a little bit of camping in space already, but then it makes the camping a little bit tougher when you don't have the full capability of the toilet. But they're okay, and they're trained to manage through the situation.
We'll continue down the row with Irene.
Irene Klotz with Aviation Week. Regarding the demonstrations on the proximity operations, rendezvous, and eventual docking with HLS, what's the current thinking when HLS is flying, whether Orion or HLS would be the active vehicle, which active, which passive? And then I had a separate question about Orion, considering this being the first flight of a crewed vehicle, compared to the other systems. There haven't been that many, a handful maybe. How would you compare this performance on the first flight with some of the previous Dragon, Starliner, maybe even Shuttle going back? Thanks.
So I'll take the first part. Whichever vehicle the crew's in will be the active vehicle. And so if Orion is rendezvousing with HLS, for instance, Orion would be the active vehicle. And then when they would come back from the moon, then HLS would be the active vehicle rendezvousing with Orion. As to your second question, I don't know. Yeah,
I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of information on some of the earlier or the more recent crewed vehicle test flights and things that they experienced. I would say Orion's performing remarkably well, so we are pleasantly surprised. We're hoping that this is what we were going to see, but we did fly a lot of redundancy in our systems in case we didn't. So as far as those comparisons, I'd probably have to defer to someone who knows more about what happens, directly in Dragon and those other vehicles.
Okay, our next question's here in the front.
Hi, Philip Sloss. One question for Judd. Are you going to plan on doing an OTC-3 burn, or is it possible to delete that as well? And then for Dr. Young, just to clarify, the eclipse, the 53-minute long eclipse, where is that in that 3-hour flyby window? Thank you.
So currently, OTC, the outbound trajectory correction number 3, we do plan to do that based on our current numbers. So. And we'll do that with the SM reaction control system.
And the eclipse, so the fly-by-day profile will look like a roughly 5-hour period where the crew is observing the moon. Like in the video you guys saw, they'll see the illuminated surface of the moon. And then a short time after Earthrise, we will kind of have a break in lunar viewing attitude where they'll be doing some other tasks before then pivoting back to look at the eclipse. So the 53-minute eclipse is roughly, an hour after Earthrise at the end of the flyby window.
Thank you. Next up, Jackie.
Hi there, Jackie Waddles with CNN. Another question for Dr. Young. I just wanted to ask, because the president's budget request came out yesterday, and we saw another proposal to cut 47% of NASA's science budget. I just wanted to ask you, how are you thinking about how that changes the agency's science initiatives and even some programs that help support Artemis, even though I know Artemis had an increase in funding. And also would just love to know how that's affecting employee morale and what you're doing to kind of keep employees happy. Thanks.
Our briefing today is focused on Artemis II. Our budget numbers are available online at nasa.gov/budget. If you guys have any additional questions, you can reach out to Public Affairs after about the budget. Thanks. Let's go to another question in the second row. Yes.
Thank you. Tarek Malik with Space.com for Dr. Young. When we spoke back in September, there was a lot of uncertainty about what the crew would be able to see during the flyby coming up, and I imagine that kind of came down to the launch on April 1st. So I'm really curious, given that they're going through their targets today, their geography and whatnot, what you are hoping, I guess, to see, or what they're looking at the most in terms of what they have to practice, and then how do you keep them not looking at the moon outside of that 5-hour period as they're on approach and on the way out? Thanks.
Relatable question. Absolutely. So it was a really interesting challenge, and we did speak back in September about how to scope the flyby, given that, what targets will be visible to them are entirely dependent on when exactly they arrive at the moon, right? At any given moment in time, 180 degrees of the moon is illuminated and 180 degrees is not. And so what we did was we actually built a list of targets or features on the lunar surface for the entire 360 degrees of the moon, because we knew that once they launched and we realized when they'd get there, we'd be able to narrow down what was visible and from there prioritize based on our science objectives. And so as we were getting closer to this April launch window, we were building out that target list of how we would prioritize, launching throughout the April launch window. And then ultimately, of course, we launched on April 1st. So actually yesterday, the science evaluation room, the room that was showed earlier on screen, you can bring it up now again if you'd like, they were working to basically finalize that list of lunar targets that will ultimately go up to the crew and be executed on Monday. So what the crew are studying today is like the 80% solution. It's a study guide, and then tonight the final targeting plan will get uplinked to them, and they will review that prior to the flyby on Monday. And so we really, in that way, are able to maximize the science that we're getting out of the flyby by waiting until we know exactly when we're going to get there and maximizing the science out of that specific illumination profile that are presented to us. So I'll say that, the last part of your question about kind of where has the most effort gone into, I'd say we had done a lot of planning for months on the targets of interest on the illuminated lunar surface. The eclipse, we really started to focus on in the last few weeks. And so we put a lot of effort into fleshing out those prompts, because ultimately the crew, to execute this plan, will be looking at their lunar targeting plan on their crew tablets and executing target by target by target based around prompts that the science team provides to them. So we put a lot of effort in the last several weeks into eclipse planning, in addition to continuing to flesh out the lunar targets in their own right.
We are going to take a few questions from our phone bridge next. If you are on the phone and you have a question, reminder to please press *1 to get into the queue. We'll start with Nell Greenfield-Boyce with NPR.
For taking my question. This is another science-related question. You talked about maximizing the science. Could you talk about, actually the science questions that you want to address, for example, with the eclipse? I'm not clear. Have people seen an eclipse like this before? And if not, what will the astronauts be able to contribute that would tell you something about, the sun? What are the actual science questions? And similarly, with the lunar targets, I guess, people on the street might feel like, well, don't we have a lot of pictures of the moon and orbiters and things like that? What are the actual questions? What is being maximized in terms of what you'll be able to know based on what the astronauts are doing? Thank you.
Oh, I'm so glad somebody asked me about science objectives. Absolutely. We have, like I said, 10 lunar and planetary and solar system science questions for the mission that ultimately feed our targeting plan. So I'm going to take your question in two halves. The first part of your question was eclipse focused. Yes, Apollo crews saw similar eclipses, which again, in this context means that from the vantage point of the crew capsule, the moon is blocking the sun from view. What's different about the eclipse for the crew here is that, for us, I don't know if any of you saw any of the total solar eclipses over the last few years. Actually, we're coming up on the 2-year anniversary of the North American eclipse from 2024. What's unique about viewing eclipses from the Earth's surface is that from our vantage point, the moon and the sun in the sky appear approximately the same size. And that's why you can see that beautiful ring of fire when the moon moves, takes center stage in front of the sun. Of course, integrity has a much different view than we do. And so the moon appears much, much, much larger in their view than it does from us here on Earth. And so that's why in that visual you saw earlier, the sun appears as a relatively small disk. And that means that instead of the ring of fire eclipse that we see here on Earth, they'll actually see the solar corona, but only part of it. And so we have science questions designed around looking at solar activity at the time of the eclipse. And so they'll actually be able to make, unique observations on Monday, April 6th, and what the sun is doing at the time. We've included prompts for them to describe the features that they can see in the solar corona, which can ultimately help solar scientists understand these processes in general, especially given the unique vantage point that the crew are going to have relative to our orbiting spacecraft here on Earth and our observers, our scientists here on Earth as well. Jumping to the second part of your question on just non-eclipse related science and lunar science, we took our driving science questions from our community documents, our Science Mission Directorate decadal surveys, which represent the highly prioritized science objectives that the entire community are driving toward. And what we did is prioritize them based on what Artemis II and our mission profile are really uniquely able to accomplish. For example, human beings are really good at making nuanced color observations. We have amazing camera data from decades of orbiting spacecraft, Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. I'm based at the Goddard Space Flight Center. I love LRO and all the data it's been able to tell us about lunar science. However, the human eye, especially when it's connected to a well-trained brain, which I assure you these 4 people have, are capable of just in literally the blink of an eye making nuanced color observations that Apollo observations told us can tell us something scientifically. When Jack Schmitt on Apollo 17 saw orange soil and he collected that sample, they launched back into orbit and saw that same orange hue from when they got, from the surface to when they went to orbit. That told us something that volcanic processes were active on the lunar surface much more recently than we had expected before. We're looking for the crew to take time during their flyby, let their eyes adjust to what they're seeing, and call out any of those subtle color nuances, especially on the parts of the far side that have never been seen before by human eyes. And we're able to ask more intelligent questions because of what Apollo gave us and because of what those orbiting spacecraft provided to us. Another example, and I swear I'll stop soon, you've got me all excited about the science, is photometry. And that's essentially taking advantage of differing illumination conditions throughout the flyby. And so the analogy I like to give, and we actually ran this exercise with the crew in training, is imagine a sandbox. You know that when you go to the beach, sand is not perfectly flat. There's texture, there's different particle sizes. Turn off the lights in a room, look at that sandbox, shine a light shining directly on top of it. What you'll see is color. You'll see the shades of color and albedo on that surface. Take the same light source and move it to the side. You'll lose all the color nuance, but you will see topography and morphology. Comparing those two angles allows us scientifically to really understand lunar surface evolution. And though we can't move the sun in this mission, we can move integrity. And so by looking at the same targets more than once throughout their flyby, they'll be able to make observations about the same targets in different illumination conditions that would take some spacecraft days, months, weeks, years to build up. And the fact that they're able to see that in the duration of several hours can really help us dive deep on some of our really high priority driving lunar science questions.
Thanks, Kelsey. Next up, we'll go to the phone bridge. We have Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Hi, thank you so much. I think this question is for Debbie. I wanted to check back in about that isolated helium feed that was brought up yesterday. Just wanted to make sure that second line is still holding up okay. And I think I was a little confused about the answer that was given on the redundancy of that system if the second helium feed that's being used right now goes down. What did it mean that you don't need to regulate? I'm just wondering if I could get some more clarity on that. Thanks so much.
Sure, yeah. So as mentioned yesterday, I believe we did isolate one branch of our MON line as a part of the SM prop system. And we have not exactly determined what is happening there. We saw a little bit of pressure rise, which was higher than, or not in family with what we had seen in previous testing, and so we isolated that branch. The secondary branch is completely redundant and is completely operable right now, so we have no concerns about being able to operate the prop system. The remaining burns that we have actually don't require the helium pressurization into the MON system tank. The MON system tank is now holding an amount of helium that it already needs. It backfilled the prop it already used up with the helium, so it's already primed and be ready to go for the remaining burns that we would need. If we did have an issue on that branch, we can always go back to the other branch. Using the other branch is not precluded just because of this item that we saw, this feature. We just decided to isolate that one and use from a health perspective, use the healthiest branch for any remaining burns. Those burns are really small. I'm sure Judd could speak more to what we have left to do, but that's why we said we don't need the helium pressurization anymore, because the MON tank already has the pressure in it that it needs to execute the remaining burns with, I think, 4 to 5 times more than we would actually need based on the predicted burns.
Yeah, I'll add, so the trajectory corrections that we have, we skipped the first 2. We got 4 planned remaining. Each one of those we budgeted maybe 30 seconds or so for, and we're really only seeing we only need probably 10 seconds at most, and so we've got plenty of ullage is what we call it. So plenty of pressurization in the system to not have to use the helium, even if we had a problem with the secondary line.
And I guess I should also mention we are also protecting for an off-nominal type of board situation. In that case, you may have to use a pressurization system, and the second branch is perfectly healthy to accommodate that as well. So we have not lost any redundancy or fault tolerance in our system. We decided to isolate the one branch that we didn't like the behavior and proceed with the rest of the mission on the secondary branch.
We'll take one more question from the phone before coming back into the room. Next up is Joseph Howlett with Scientific America.
Hi, yeah, this is for Kelsey. I'm curious if there's a particular lunar feature or another that you're excited to get human eyes on. Is there something that in particular that you're looking or hoping for the astronauts to see? And then also, have they gotten photographs of any other celestial bodies besides the moon already, or is that planned for the next couple days?
Yes. If you ask, 100 lunar scientists what their favorite features are, I'm sure you get 100 different answers. I think I'll maybe cheat and give a couple. I think Oriental is obviously extremely compelling. This is an impact basin that plays such a critical role in not just lunar science, but in planetary and solar system science. It's the type impact basin we use to understand impact processes across the solar system, which is one of the most ubiquitous processes across the entire solar system. And we've never had human eyes on by far the majority of it. I will say, a little bit closer to home, the crew is really excited about that target, and they're really excited about, understanding its significance in lunar science and planetary science. So I'm really eager to hear their descriptions specifically of Oriental, just given the excitement that the lunar science team has and that the crew has. We also, when we were training the crew, we gave them a Big 15 lunar geography challenge. So we gave them 15 features across the entire surface of the moon that at any given time, no matter when they launched and what the illumination was, they'd be able to see at least 5 of them at the time. And so if you can, know these 15 features, you will always be able to orient yourself on the moon. One of our targets that they'll actually look at twice on Monday is Ohm Crater. That was one of the Big 15. They've used it as sort of this, quizzing themselves. We actually literally made them flashcards for understanding lunar geography. And so I'm excited that Ohm made it into the targeting plan and that they'll actually get to see it twice under different illumination conditions. So there's a lot of Yeah, really exciting potential for the observations. And, frankly, what I'm the most excited about for Monday is hearing those descriptions starting to come down from the crew. They've practiced for many, many, many months on visualizations of the moon and getting their eyes on the real thing. Really, really looking forward to them bringing the moon a little closer to home on Monday.
Next up, Will.
Hi, Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for taking the time. Question for John Honeycutt. In your mission management chair role, we heard early this morning when the crew first woke up, early days, but it sounded like there may be some weather in the splashdown zone that's being watched at this point. I wonder if you can give us the assessment at this phase of the mission, how the splashdown recovery is looking, and then putting your SLS hat back on. You mentioned earlier in your remarks, the rocket performed pretty straight down the middle and even better than Artemis I. Even given that, are there some tweaks or finesses that you'd like to see between this rocket that just flew and the rocket that will fly on Artemis III? Thanks.
So I'll take the first question as far as entry weather. So it's a little too far out right now for our models to converge, but I'll tell you our meteorologists have been monitoring what we think the models are gonna do, and we're essentially in between two systems. And if those systems either speed up or slow down, then we might have a case where the weather might not be good in the San Diego area, and we might have to go a little bit more uprange into the Pacific. But again, those models it's too far out to know that. So we'll get better models Monday or Tuesday, and so that's when we'll plan to send the recovery ships to the proper staging area in planning for entry. And so, John, you want to talk about them?
Yeah, it's still a little bit early in the data review process, and so the numbers that I've got right now are based on the limited amount of data that we've got. I think the resolution will continue to get better, and if it points to something that we need to go do to change on the rocket, we'll go do it. And for instance, we had to we learned something in Artemis I, and we went and put the strakes on Artemis I, and they did their job fantastically. So we'll be vigilant going through the data, and whatever the data turns up, and we need to address it, we'll be ready to go do that.
Thank you. We'll take another question here in the room.
Hi, I'm Hanju Yang from Kookmin Daily in South Korea. My question is for John Honeycutt. And K-Rod Cube, the Korean CubeSat carried on Artemis II, unfortunately failed to establish communication. And despite the setback, it was a meaningful first step for Korea's participation in an international crewed lunar mission. Looking ahead, what kinds of opportunity will future SLS mission offer for international partners like Korea to participate beyond CubeSat ride shares?
Yeah, so given where we are on the mission that is being planned for SLS and the architecture that the administrator and the associate administrator talked about over the last couple of weeks, I'm not aware of anything that they're doing. That doesn't mean there can't be something coming up. I would just say that the capability, if called upon, especially in the configuration that we're in for Artemis II, if it's needed, I think it'd be ready.
Next up, another question in the room.
Hi, Alejandro Turnbull from Space Scout. Over the course of today, we've heard that Christina might have had a little bit of issues with her computer, her personal computer, and just wondering if any of you could speak to what those issues were and what you're doing about them, and then also how you're going to take those learnings from that, as well as Reed's viral issue with his email from the early part of the mission, and apply those to future Artemis missions and personal computers on future missions.
Yes, so Christina's portable computing device, it failed. I mean, it's a computer failure, so it's not usable anymore. But we still have three, that Reed, Victor, and Jeremy have, and so she's able to swap out and use, borrow their computers for any uses that she may have. As far as the email issues, again, that's just because we're not connected to the internet or to a sync all the time. We have to do manual syncs, and sometimes those files get corrupted. So I wouldn't say it's a real big issue. We got it corrected, and so it's not unlike issues that we see on the International Space Station. Sometimes we have to do some IT support, and I would say that's just nominal. We understand how to work those and carrying those forward.
Another question here in the room.
Hi, Katrina Miller from the New York Times. This question is for Kelsey. Can you clarify that there are parts of the moon that have never been seen by human eyes that will be seen by the Artemis II crew? And then I'm also curious if you have any words to share on the cultural importance of seeing the far side of the moon with human eyes.
The reason there are parts of the far side that have never before been seen by human eyes are that it's because that when Apollo missions launched, they prioritized launching into windows where the near side was illuminated, because that's, of course, where the Apollo missions landed. And so for when Apollo astronauts were orbiting the moon, the far side, they of course orbited over the far side, but it was not illuminated at the time when they were in orbit. Also, they flew much closer to the moon than Artemis II will fly, and therefore the horizon views of their spacecraft did not permit them to see the poles. And so we have a really unique vantage point with the Artemis II mission where the crew will actually be able to see the whole lunar disk. This means that they'll be able to see the poles, and they'll also be able to provide scientific context for their observations. Some of the really neat things about lunar surface processes, especially impact cratering, is they can toss material hundreds, if not thousands of kilometers across the surface. And because of this unique vantage point that Artemis II has, which is so much farther away than we experience with Apollo, they'll actually be able to provide context for those processes that are so influential across the entire lunar surface, where one crater in the northern hemisphere can shed material all the way down into the southern hemisphere. We're looking forward to the unique views.
Back in the room, this gentleman in the black cap.
Thanks. Robert Coppinger from the British Interplanetary Society Spaceflight magazine. I have a question for Debbie Korth and a question for John Honeycutt. The question for Debbie Korth is, which future Orion vehicle will be the first to benefit from changes mandated from the evaluation of the Artemis II, performance of Orion on Artemis II? And for John Honeycutt, you have less than 2 years before SLS is to launch with the Centaur upper stage. Can you give us an idea of what are the most important technical milestones between now and the launch? They have to be met in order for the Centaur to be integrated into the SLS to carry another crewed vehicle.
I'm sorry, in what stage are you talking about?
The Centaur.
Oh, the Centaur stage?
Centaur, okay, yeah. Centaur,
okay,
not
yeah.
Centaur, Centaur.
Yeah.
Stage, yeah.
So, when I took this mission management team job, we were in the beginning stages of already kind of starting to look at that. So we've looked at it from a perspective of what kind of adapter we would use for it. Right now we use the launch vehicle stage adapter to adapt to the ICPS, which is basically the old Delta stage, right? So we've done some work and some studies, and the team has, and I really don't know what they've done over the last 6 months. I know they've made some progress, but I just don't have an update on it. But I think the primary thing for us would be, building a new adapter to be able to integrate that stage, and then making sure that we get it integrated well with the launch, with the mobile launch platform and the tower, which early on indications say that's not going to be a problem.
I think on your question was what spacecraft will be first to benefit from what we learn off of Artemis II. And I think it probably depends on what we learn. I mean, we anticipate we'll learn things that will feed into Artemis III. So we have Artemis 3, 4, and 5 spacecrafts all in various stages of production at our factory at the Kennedy Space Center. So We are within the first, shortly after the mission, getting the data back, within 60 days, have the flight test report that we can look at and say, what did we learn, and start seeing where we can feed it in. So, depending on if it's something super critical, we'll force it into 3. If it's something that we, it's a nice to have or a tweak, that we could wait till 4 or 5. So I think it really depends on what we learn and on where we'll actually feed that in first.
We're going to hop back over to the phone bridge with Micah Maidenberg in the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you. A question for Kelsey Young. I think you touched on this a bit, but could you just elaborate a little bit more on how the crew is trained to describe what they're seeing on the lunar surface? How do you get everyone to provide the best possible descriptions of what's in front of them, given the science objections? I mean, are they learning specific vocab or trained to really dial into specific features on the lunar surface? Thanks so much.
You guys are asking me all my favorite questions today. We train the crew in a few different ways. First and foremost, in the classroom. So I want to make it known that astronauts have to sit in the classroom and do homework as well, even ones that are going to the moon. So we sit in the classroom with them. We teach them about our science objectives. We try to really keep it hands-on and have them integrate a lot of description practice, a lot of we get their hands on rocks, even though this crew isn't going to the surface. It's important to understand what the material looks like that they're going to be describing. We also take them out in the field. We took all 4 prime and 2 backup crew to the Icelandic Highlands, and we, had them practice descriptions there as well. Really what we're trying to do is, of course, just build their toolkit, right? I mean, we're not trying to train them on the ground for a specific flyby because we don't know exactly what moon is going to be presented to them when they get there. So what we're trying to do is, turn them into field scientists. They're parts of the lunar science team in our eyes. They're the field scientists, the explorers, doing the scientific exploration, and we want to prepare them to be able to do that. And so, really critical for our team and the crew has been getting them also in the mission simulations with, the rest of the flight control team, where we actually show them, renderings, visualizations of different flyby conditions and have them actually practice giving them descriptions. Then our lunar science team will go back, listen to those descriptions, and provide feedback. I can tell you that, just having this crew describe visuals of the moon, visuals of the lunar surface, will give you goosebumps. And so they are absolutely prepared not just to give really scientifically compelling descriptions, but also to bring that experience verbally to us watching here on Earth. And so, yes, we started small with the vocab, but by the time they launched, this crew, they are absolutely invested in our lunar science objectives. They really understand them, and they understand the features that they're going to be asked to observe and why they're being asked to observe those features. I also want to point out that, as members of the science team, they're the in situ explorers. They're the ones that are empowered to understand our objectives and execute accordingly. So we've, made sure to tell them that we are giving them a science plan. We are giving them guidance that is tied to our science objectives. Our science objectives. You can feel free to flexibly execute that plan if you see something else that pops out to you. And to encourage them to do that, we also have some targets built into their lunar targeting plan that are called crew choice. So they get to choose their own adventure and what pops out to them as the scientists doing the exploration. And the last thing I'll say is that, the morning, the crew morning after the flyby, we'll actually have a crew conference with them specifically focused on science. And to us, that is not a debrief, that is active data collection. The same way field scientists in the field, they take notes, they describe what they see, they have to sync together before they head back to the lab and forget everything, the nuanced observations from when they were actually doing the data collection in the field. So we are really looking forward to that crew conference where we can ask them follow-ups, we can synthesize, have a synthesis discussions on what they saw across the entirety of the flyby. We've actually simmed this, practiced this a few times with them, and just having 4 brains on the discussion at the same time so they can kind of build off of each other is really scientifically impactful. So this crew is absolutely ready to deliver on the lunar science objectives, and the lunar science team is just trying to set them up for success the best we can.
Our next question on the phone bridge is from Leo Enright with Irish Television.
Thanks very much. I'm a TV guy, so I'm interested in the TV pictures. I was wondering if somebody could talk about what we might expect in terms of live television during the flyby? I mean, I assume the optical comm system won't be available. It'll be turned in the wrong direction, I presume. But, I mean, will we get the SAW camera imagery, or will the crew be shooting stuff out the window, or what can we expect?
Yeah, I think I'll be back tomorrow to talk about the details of the flyby itself. But the quick answer is that yes to all of those things. So we will be getting SAW camera video streaming during the flyby, except of course the loss of signal when they go behind the moon. We will also be hearing from them several times an hour verbally on what they're seeing out the window. So really looking forward to hearing those descriptions in real time. They'll be recording the rest on board, but we'll hear a few times an hour from all of the crew members on what they're experiencing. And for parts of the flyby, we'll actually be able to go on board with them with that camera you guys have been seeing over the last couple days. I will say that most of the lights will be off inside the cabin because that's how we get good imagery of the moon, but we will be able to kind of take that ride along with them. And yes, they will be taking pictures. They'll actually be using 3 Nikon cameras, 2 D5s and 1 Z9, each equipped with a different zoom lens to capture, varying features. We pick the lens that's best for the objective. So you'll be seeing a lot on Monday, real time, and tomorrow I think I'm on tap to explain a little bit more about how the crew are structuring themselves during the flyby and a little bit more about what we're going to be seeing.
And I would add that the optical comm is only really available during the crew sleep period, so don't expect the high-res video, but you will have, as Kelsey mentioned, the SAW cameras through our nominal low-rate video.
And we're looking forward to take advantage of that optical comm to get down some great photos overnight.
All right, we'll go to another question here in the room.
I'm Jerry Rothwell from Lightbox. You mentioned you were tracking the burning odor that Jeremy Hansen mentioned this morning. I wondered if you could say a bit about what the possible causes of that were and whether they're a concern.
Yeah, you meant the dusty heater smell. Is that what you're referencing? Yeah. So that was the smell I referenced, that we had some report of a smell that we don't understand where it's coming from. So we did actually look at our power data, our heater data. Nothing looks anomalous. We have an anomaly gas analyzer that we can use to check the constituents of the air. Nothing showing up. So we don't know exactly yet. We're still troubleshooting where they might be coming from. The teams are looking at some data we had on the ground where that same similar type smell had been reported, and think it might be more mechanical in nature, some tapes and some other materials that might be off-gassing, but really early in that investigation, so don't think there's any hazardous condition. Those gas analyzers have come back with everything fine. So just trying to figure out what could possibly cause them. So the teams now are looking at some ground testing we can do with some of these materials to see if it really is what we think it might be. Also sending up an additional questionnaire to the crew to get a little more details on what they smelled and when and how that correlates with other activities that were going on at the time. See if we can have any correlation between other events and that smell that they noticed. So we're still in the middle of investigating.
Another question here in the room.
Hi, Dan Linehan with the Naval Postgraduate School of the U.S. Navy. And I have a couple questions about flight testing. And I guess in orbit, they did a spacecraft flight test, and they're about ready to do another one tonight, like you mentioned. And Reed and Victor are both naval aviators and test pilots. And maybe you can explain a little bit, why they were chosen for this mission, their expertise and what qualifies them to fly this first mission, and a little bit about the envelope expansion that they'll be doing.
So yeah, as to the reason why they were chosen, exactly because they were test pilots, right? And so that is a key aspect of understanding a new vehicle is the handling characteristics, and so they speak that language.
I guess in terms of expanding the envelope, it'll be the first time we're actually flying the spacecraft. And so, during the RPOD demo that was earlier in the mission, we got great verbal feedback from Victor on every step of that demonstration, and understanding is the vehicle responding the same way the simulators do that we're doing on the ground? Is it the same kind of response time and feel of the vehicle, so we can improve the simulators if we need to better match the vehicle and make changes there. So getting that verbal feedback from him on how it's performing and how that matches our expectations and our models and our simulations is what we'll use to see if we can expand the envelope at all.
And we are going to head over to the phone bridge to Robert Perlman with collectspace.com.
Hi, for Dr. Young.
I know the far side is the prime focus, but you said in watching the visualization that they would have some time with the lit near side. Are any of the Apollo sites going to be in view as they start that flyby?
I can come back with that tomorrow. I think they might be right at the beginning, a couple of them, but I will confirm that and come back to this group tomorrow. And yes, they will see a significant chunk of the near side, including some features that are visible to all of us if we go out and look at the moon at night, especially with binoculars, but even some of the features they'll be looking at, binoculars not necessary, you'll be able to go out and connect with them in that way.
And we will take one last question here in the room.
Hi, JJ Love with Tech Talk Media. Thanks so much for taking my question. This is for everyone, and just a quick one. 50 years from now, what do you hope people will say this mission made possible?
I would hope that people would say that this made possible a continued presence on the moon, that we are now living and working on a regular basis on the moon in 50 years.
Yeah, I guess Judd stole my answer. So, absolutely. I mean, this is the first step, and that's all of our hope and dream. I think everyone that's sitting at this table is that this is really going to lead to having that permanent presence and get people living and working on the moon. And it won't be such an anomaly that we'll have people, flying around there doing the great science.
Yeah, I have to dive into the science for a second. I think I'm glad you picked the time horizon that you did of 50 years, right? Because think about, where Apollo was 50 years ago, and scientifically how far we've come in that period of time, understanding not just the moon and the solar system, but our own planet. We didn't really understand plate tectonics at the time when these missions flew 50 years ago, right? And so Apollo played such a big role in helping us understand not just the moon, but our own planet as well. One thing that Christina says a lot that I just get, happy feelings every time she says it, because it's one of my favorite fun facts about the moon, is that the moon is a witness plate for the whole solar system and for our own planet. What the moon has experienced, we have experienced. They're basically in our backyard. But here on Earth, we have plate tectonics and oceans and vegetation that has obscured big chunks of the history of our planet. It is preserved on the moon. It is waiting for us on the moon. That period of our planet's history that we can no longer get here, even if we go to the deepest parts of the ocean, is there on the moon. And Apollo samples really helped us unlock that discovery, especially in the near side equatorial regions where they landed. The South Pole, the far side, very different geologically, geographically, and chronologically from where we visited with Apollo. And just thinking about the scientific discovery that those missions unlocked over 50 years ago, my hope is that we are sitting here 50 years from now, and not only have we made those scientific advancements, but just like in Apollo, this next generation of explorers and scientists are inspired to contribute. I'm sure people across NASA would say that the Apollo missions got them here to this agency working on this mission today, and I am just so optimistic for what this is going to do for the next generation and for the kids watching at home and the kids 50 years from now who are looking up at that sustained presence. This mission's just the first step.
Yeah, so I'm sitting there, I've had the pleasure of listening to these answers and thinking a little bit, but we've seen a lot of things throughout our history, especially here in the United States and probably even more, even across the world, but I'm focusing on what we've done, space flight in the U.S., right? And there's been a lot of technology development that's kind of spawned off of the things that NASA did when we've taken on these hard missions. And so, 50 years from now, I would hope they would say, boy, are we glad that they went back to the moon and they stayed.
Thank you, and thank you all for joining us for today's briefing. We have set up a frequently asked questions page if you do have a question that perhaps wasn't answered today, but we will be joining you again tomorrow for another mission status briefing beginning at 5:30 p.m. Central, and we do hope we'll see you there. But for now, that'll do it for us here. Thanks so much.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We are now 2 days, 23 hours, 49 minutes mission elapsed time into the flight of Artemis II. This is a live view of the spacecraft from a camera mounted on one of its solar array wings, looking back at Orion, and you can see the European service module there, along with the OMS engine. That's the Orbital Maneuvering Services engine. Now, you're not hearing Orion to Earth at the moment. The Orion crew is discussing the crew contingency urinals that they've been using in lieu of the waste management system with the team here on the ground. We expect to regain those communications shortly. In the meantime, we were also tracking the outbound trajectory to We were tracking the outbound trajectory correction burn today. That was canceled, as well as the outbound trajectory correction burn yesterday. These were deemed unnecessary as the translunar injection burn put us on a great trajectory to fly around the moon and splash down on flight day 10. Orion and her crew are currently 181,886 miles away from Earth, and now under 100,000 miles away from the moon. To be exact, it's 99,293 miles away. You can track Artemis at any time on nasa.gov/trackartemis.
And Jeremy, the order of the observation blocks, as well as the teams that are performing those blocks, should be in your crew note, which is the Science Lunar Targeting Package. It's the one during flyby, and that is your message 3.04.04.
While we were in our daily briefing.
Okay, yeah, we see that there. Let us have a look at it. That should answer it all. Thank you. You're always a step ahead.
Thanks, Jeremy.
While we were in our press conference, some of the crew members remained working aboard the spacecraft. Jeremy Hansen was testing the fill time.
Integrity Houston for stowage.
go ahead.
Hey, Christina. We know the location of the contingency syringe. It is in locker Delta, JSB, and there should be a Ziploc containing that syringe.
Thanks. Did you say a bag number?
Negative. It is in one of the blue JSBs.
Okay, thanks. That's what the syllables were. Thank you, JSB. And we did discuss, I think we will just use the deployed syringe we've been using for water ops and keep the other one pristine.
Okay, we like that plan, Christina. Thanks.
Thank you.
Again, while in our briefing today, Jeremy Hansen was testing the fill time with the potable water dispenser, filling some food and drink bags. Victor Glover got the chance to exercise using the flywheel device, conducting some resistive exercise workouts. At this time, Commander Reed Wiseman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen have moved into the Lunar Flyby Planning Review. So they are taking a chance to look at their lunar targeting package and at some of the targets that they'll be expected to photograph and describe during flyby on Flight Day 6. They've been studying and training for this flyby for an extended period of time now. However, the visibility of the features on the moon is dependent on the launch day and lunar illumination. So the science team here on the ground has been working on determining which targets they should look to see and describe, as well as capture. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We have now reached exactly 3 days since the launch of Orion. Being that we're now 3 days since the launch of the Artemis II mission, the spacecraft has traveled quite a distance. We are 182,238 miles from Earth, that distance continuing to grow as we get closer and closer to the moon. Our intended destination now just 98,970 miles away. Orion and its crew passed the halfway point between the Earth and the moon yesterday evening.
Houston integrity for AGA.
Go ahead for AGA.
When we went to read the AGA readings post-exercise, the unit was off OFF. We think maybe that was due to a low battery. I just powered it on to watch the bit happen real time, but I do think we are going to be changing the batteries.
Copy, Christina. We were expecting that to come along today, so you can find the new batteries in the F2 small with a purple label. There should be batteries inside some bubble wrap in there.
Copy. We'll look and get them changed. Thank you.
Thanks.
That call coming to the Artemis Mission Control Team here in Houston from Christina Cook, NASA astronaut and mission specialist for the Artemis II mission. On this flight, to help monitor the gases in the cabin, the crew is equipped with an anomaly gas analyzer. And because Victor Glover just completed exercise, they were expecting to conduct an anomaly gas analyzer reading. They do so before and after those exercise portions. As you heard, Christina Cook mentioned that the reader was off. It needs new batteries, as was confirmed by the flight team here on the ground. Those anomaly gas analyzer readings help the teams understand how the ECLIS system is working, the environmental control and life support system. We have a few other timelined events for today. Of course, the timeline has shifted some, being that we are not performing the outbound trajectory 2 burn, as it was deemed not needed by the mission control team. During today's daily planning conference, we heard the team call up to Christina about the cognitive assessment test. This is a simple reaction time test that can be used to provide an objective measure of fatigue. That's something she'll be able to do on her portable computing device. We are also looking forward to having the crew framed in the windows of Orion while one of the solar arrays is pointed toward the cabin and gets a picture of the crew and their spacecraft. Additionally, today we have the manual piloting demonstration. We saw some manual piloting aboard Orion just a few days ago when NASA astronaut Victor Glover commanded the spacecraft to maneuver around the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This is the first time anyone has manually flown Orion, and he was testing its capabilities ahead of future missions to help us understand how the spacecraft flies ahead of missions in which we'll need to dock to a lunar lander. Other crew members will get that chance today, performing attitude maneuvers to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom attitude control. Currently, Commander Reed Wiseman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen are reviewing that lunar flyby plan, looking at the targeted timeline for that lunar flyby day. This afternoon, Victor Glover and Christina Cook will get the same opportunity to review that flyby plan. Yesterday afternoon, the crew was able to configure the cabin for how they expect to fly on lunar flyby day. They were able to find their positioning at the windows and stow things as needed to make sure they can move about the cabin freely during the time at which they'll be observing the moon. Looking ahead to tomorrow's timeline for the crew, we do have an OTC 3 burn planned, outbound trajectory correction 3 burned. Of course, we have waved off the first 2 of these. We do anticipate using that OTC 3 burn tomorrow just to further refine the trajectory of the spacecraft around the moon. However, tomorrow, after post-sleep, the crew will get into their Orion Crew Survival Suit System demo. You probably recall seeing them launch in these crew survival suits. These are the orange suits that they launched in and will splash down in. They'll use this demo to test out how these suits would work in a survival situation if necessary. This is a live view outside the Orion spacecraft from a camera mounted on its solar array wing. Each of the solar arrays has a camera on its tip and give us views of the spacecraft, allowing teams to take a look at the exterior of the spacecraft as well as give us amazing views here on Earth. Now, I mentioned tomorrow we're expecting the Orion Crew Survival System suit demo. We also call those OCS suits, OCSS. During that demo, which will last several hours, the crew will configure the cabin, put on their suits, and perform suit leak checks. They'll also pressurize those suits for demonstrations of the suited nutrition and hydration contingency operations. They will still wear their suits while they install their seats and ingress those seats. These suits are designed to protect Orion in the event of a depressurization of the spacecraft. Being that this is a test flight, teams on the ground are taking every opportunity possible to test out all of their systems on Orion. The OCS suit demo is the main event for the crew tomorrow, aside from that OTC-3 burn in the evening. The OCS suit demo is scheduled to start just after 1 p.m. Central Time. All 4 crew members will be conducting that simultaneously.
Houston Integrity, quick question on secondary, you're in line dump.
Go ahead.
Hey Jenny, we just want to make sure that unless we hear from you, we are always go to do a secondary line dump, correct?
We're checking. We're going to talk it a little bit more, so we'll get back to you shortly.
Okay, then the near-term question is, are we go right now for a secondary airline dump?
Affirm, you're go right now for a secondary limb dump.
Houston, Integrity for AGA.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. New batteries are in. I got the message we have greater than 10 hours. And readings from the end of exercise, CO2, 1.0, O2, 20.2, 14 PSIA, and 76 degrees. Question for you, where do the used batteries get stowed, or are they trashed?
Copy those numbers, Christina. Thank you. You can stow the used batteries in Fox 1, the large bag with the brown label. Integrity Houston, we would like to confirm that exercise is finished.
And Jenny, yes, confirmed exercise is finished.
Copy, thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We heard the call to the crew confirming that they are done with exercise for the time being. We need to track when they are exercising so the teams here on the ground can put the solar arrays in a safe position. Any exercise happening inside the cabin does impart some movement onto the rest of Orion. We've been able to see that a few times throughout the mission when we have exterior views. And so confirming that they are done with exercise means that the team can maneuver those solar arrays back into their sun track position.
Integrity Houston for secondary line dumps and a couple of other cats and dogs.
Go ahead, Jenny.
All right, Reed, we talked about it down here, and we are going to give you a go for the rest of the day for secondary line dumps and look at what we can do to extending that further. The one exception to this is that we request that you do not perform a dump when we are taking our saw selfie prior to midday meal, because our saws will not be configured correctly.
Okay, sounds good. Just tell us when we need to hold on the secondary line dumps. Thanks.
Affirm, we will remind you. In addition, I wanted to let you know that we have a burn plan update for you. So in slots 7 and 8, we have one new abort option. You should see titles abort flight day 5-2, and then the same name plus RTC last.
Okay, copy. We'll take a look in a minute.
Thanks, Reed. And then did you hear anything when we did the prop PCA flushes earlier today?
Negative. We did not hear anything in the vehicle.
All right, we copy. Thanks for letting us know. And then finally, a stowage location for Christina. We tried to track down that Honest brand of hygiene item, and there is none, but there is another brand of lotion in the common hygiene kit. You probably already have it out.
Okay, thank you for that. And confirm you got good HHP streaming?
We do not at this time. Integrity, we are on board with good streaming. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control, and you're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft. You heard some communications between the crew aboard Orion and the ground teams here in Mission Control. You probably heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons call out the new burn plans. There are always burns uploaded to the crew aboard Orion. These are just in case, essentially. She mentioned a couple of abort burn options. We are not targeting any abort at this time, but if we were to get into that situation, they have already uplinked those plans to the crew. This is done throughout the mission as Orion's status and distance from Earth changes. You've likely also heard this crew refer to themselves as Integrity or refer to their spacecraft as Integrity. For the Artemis II mission, the crew named the Orion spacecraft Integrity and revealed that in fall of 2025. They shared that it embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across the crew and the many engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission access. So when you hear teams here and Mission Control Houston calling the crew and referring to them as Integrity, that's exactly why.
Houston, integrity for stowage.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Both of the JSBs from lockers D and E are temp stowed in the, or deployed rather, in the egress net.
Copy, thank you. Integrity Houston, we are moving the solar arrays for the SAW picture activity. We'll let you know when they're in position.
As we have this view inside the Orion spacecraft, on the left is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and in the center of your screen, NASA astronaut Christina Cook. You just heard the call to the crew that the solar arrays are in motion. Ahead of taking a photo, we're looking to get a picture of the crew in the windows of Orion. Photos are the priority of this event, so we'll stand by to see if we still have streaming, but regardless, we will be very excited to share those photos with you as soon as we possibly can. Make sure you follow NASA and NASA Artemis on all social media. That would be at NASA and at NASA Artemis.
Integrity Houston, our saws are in position to take this family portrait. So sometime in the next few minutes, we'd love to invite you to the windows to get it done. Thanks.
Houston Integrity, can you just confirm, do you want us in 4 windows or the 2 middle windows?
We want you to start in 4 windows, so 1 face per window, and we'll see how that looks and go from there. A reminder to set your cabin lighting pretty bright and perhaps illuminate your face so we can see as much as possible.
Okay, we understand that. Before we take our makeshift T-shirt off of there, let's just make sure you can see Christina in window 4 right now.
Checking.
If you look closely right now, you can see NASA astronaut Christina Cook.
That's right, we can see Christina in window 4.
Christina was taking a quick picture of that solar array wing camera as it looks back on her in Orion.
Okay, and you can see read in 3, and you want us to remove window 1 cover then, it sounds like.
Yes.
All right, without illuminating our faces, all 4 of us are in the picture. So, Jenny, we're going to hand it over to you to let us know what we need to do.
All right, copy, we're checking. All right, everybody, we're taking the picture, so say cheese and stay still for about 30 seconds while we perform this photography bracket from the saws.
Okay, we'll freeze in 3, 2, 1, mark.
The Integrated Communications Officer, or INCO, is helping take this picture of the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. Now all smiling in the windows of the place they've called home. Orion is currently 183,883 miles from our home planet Earth, 97,452 miles from the moon. We've had some great views both inside the spacecraft as well as outside, but this is the first time that we're getting to see the crew and the spacecraft in the same photo. As mentioned previously, we are taking pictures right now, so the streaming quality isn't as great. We look forward to sharing these pictures as soon as we possibly can, and make sure you follow NASA and NASA Artemis on social media.
It's taken a little longer than we thought. Thanks for holding. All right, everybody can relax. That was great. Thank you so much. We all look forward to getting your Christmas card come December. Thanks.
All right, sounds good, Jenny. Thanks.
As you heard from Capcom Jenny Gibbons, we got the pictures we're looking for. We are now maneuvering the solar arrays back into their sun track position.
Integrity Houston, we are doing a data rate change, so we'd like you to cut the HHP stream when you're ready. Thanks. And Integrity Houston, just to remind you, that was our last moment where we could not perform a CCU dump. So if you need to do a dump for the rest of the day until crew sleep, you are go.
We copy. Thanks, Jenny.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're looking at a live view inside the flight control room. This is the Orbit 1 team under direction of Flight Director Jeff Radigan. He's at the top of your screen in the white shirt, joined by Capcom Jenny Gibbons, Canadian Space Agency astronaut, and backup for the Artemis II crew mission. Gibbons is talking to fellow Capcom Matthew Dunn. This view coming from outside the capsule as the solar arrays are reconfigured into their sun track position. Just before the crew turned off the camera inside the cabin, we could see they were getting ready for their midday meal. Some of the items on the menu today include sweet and sour pork, rice, broccoli, fiesta chicken, tortillas, berries, cashews, chicken and peanut sauce, pasta and shrimp, and a lemon curd cake. Sounds pretty good to me. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are coming up on MET 3 days and 1 hour into the flight of Orion. I'm joined here today by Dr. Jacob Richardson. He is the Deputy Lead for Artemis II Lunar Science. Thanks for joining us.
It's lovely to be here.
So can you tell me about your role and about the team members who make up the Lunar Science team?
Yeah, so I'm only one of many people here. I'm the deputy lead of lunar science. Somewhere behind me is our lunar science lead, Kelsey Young, and she is right now sitting here as our science officer on shift. We also have about 40, 50 different people who are a range of different scientists and visualization specialists, engineers, people who love and know about the moon and are here to support this really wild mission to go and look at the far side of the moon.
Fantastic. Well, we're very excited about that as well. So we have two rooms here, the Science Evaluation Room and the Science Mission Operations Room. What work happens in each of those and how are they different?
Yeah, that's a good readback. So the Science Evaluation Room, we call it the SIR, and that's where we support our science officer in real time during the mission. Up there right now, we're actually finalizing our plan as we speak to send up to the crew on what they're actually going to be looking at the moon. Now that we've launched, we know exactly what moon they're going to see, and that means that we can plan everything right now. We're doing it just in time, and it's going to be up there soon. So that's the Science Evaluation Room. The Science Mission Operations Room, we call that the SMORE. That's a couple of buildings over, and they're the first people to look at the mission data that comes down that's for science data ever. So it's the crew that sees the pictures first, that takes the audio first, that takes supports the data capture, and then the first people on Earth that really evaluate it are in that SMORE. And they're busy every single day. So far, we've gotten a little bit, a trickle, and we're about to get a flood of amazing lunar data.
We're really, really looking forward to seeing that imagery as well. So you talked a little bit about knowing what the crew will be able to see during the mission. And I know that is dependent on lunar illumination and on the date that we launched. So how does that lunar illumination shift the targets that we're going to see?
Yeah, so the moon rotates a lot slower than Earth. Every day, the Earth rotates by 360 degrees. Every day on Earth, the moon rotates about 10 or 12 degrees. That means that different craters, different basins, different volcanic units are visible, like you said, depending on when we launch and when we arrive at the moon. This is a really special view, thanks to this amazing April 1st launch. We're not only going to get spectacular illuminated views of the moon, but we're also flying through an eclipse where the moon is between the sun and our friends up in space, and they're going to be able to see things that we've never intentionally viewed before by crew, and I can't wait to see what they see.
Us either. We're going to be streaming the entire thing, so everyone make sure you tune in. So how has the team been assessing and preparing both before launch and since launch for this flyby?
Oh man, the crew has, ever since like a couple of weeks after they were announced, we were with them in, and this is years ago, we were with them in the classroom, teaching them their lunar fundamentals. They came out to Iceland to look at some of the weirdest rocks we have on Earth, just so they can learn how to describe mountains from far distances, how to describe regolith, that's rocks and stones, and how to describe outcrops, just so they can be field lunar geologists for us, because they're the four geologic emissaries on our team that actually get to go to our field site, the moon. After that, they've been practicing here in Orion simulators. They've been looking at an inflatable moon that we've hung up for them. They've been doing every single thing under the sun to study their moon. And just earlier today on a PAO interview, we heard them speak to some really small craters, and they knew their names. We're really excited that they know places like Grimaldi. Obviously, they know Oriental, but they know so many other places on the moon that they are personally excited to observe.
We are also very excited to hear about that. They're going to be calling down a lot during the mission as they report what they're seeing to the ground. And I know they're also going to be taking some recordings that will be downlinked later that your team will be able to analyze. But a pop question for you. Today during the press conference, Kelsey Young was asked, what are you most excited for the crew to see? So do you have a personal target that you're most excited for them to see?
Oh my gosh, what am I excited for? So you'll have to tell me what Kelsey said because we were really busy at that point. We saw her talking, but we're finalizing our science plan and we're really busy up there. That said, I'm personally excited for the near side views. Something that we don't always get with a lot of these planned launch dates, but we got because we launched in early April, is that the near side is completely illuminated when they start their flyby. That means that everything that they see is the same stuff that we're able to see when we look at the moon. We're going to have the shared view, and there's so many volcanic terrains there. There's so many craters. There's so many mountains that we can see from Earth with either our naked eyes or with binoculars that the crew's going to share with us. And I'm excited to share that view with the crew at the beginning of that flyby.
That's fantastic. So if you're on Earth and it's nighttime where you are, we can look up and see the same exact view that the crew is seeing at that time.
Yeah, really it's for a lot of folks, it'll be evening as well. So if you're in Australia during the evening, you'll be able to see the moon. If it's nighttime and you're in Asia or anywhere where you're kind of close to the Indian Ocean, you'll be able to see the moon really well. So this will be a treat for our friends in Africa, Asia, Australia, Oceania, and anyone who can't see the moon. You still have to follow our coverage for sure.
Absolutely. And for those of you that can, what another cool way to feel connected to the crew. So Dr. Jacob Richardson, thank you so much for joining us today. We cannot wait for Flight Day 6.
I can't either. I'm here with you.
Integrity Houston, we are 5 minutes out from a forward link LOS. We'll speak to you in just over 1 hour on Madrid.
We copy. If we need anything, we'll make calls on the blind for the next hour.
Sounds great. Thanks, Reed.
This is Artemis Mission Control. It is 3 days, 1 hour, and 15 minutes into the flight of Artemis II. You just heard a call from Capcom Jenny Gibbons up to the crew on Orion. They won't be able to hear from us for about an hour. However, we expect to continue to get calls from them. We are on the Deep Space Network. This is also referred to as DSN, and this mission is the first time in over 50 years that humans have been using this network. On your screen, a live view of the Orion spacecraft looking at the moon, our destination, now 96,575 miles away. This is Artemis Mission Control, and you're looking at a live view of Orion, looking at the moon. Currently aboard the spacecraft, the crew are enjoying their midday meal. Again, we won't be able to make any calls to the spacecraft for the next hour or so, but they would be able to call down to us if need be. Obviously, we are still receiving video from them. Still to come today for the crew aboard Orion is the manual piloting demo. The manual piloting demo consists of performing attitude maneuvers using the rotational and translational hand controllers to compare the 6 degree of freedom and 3 degree of freedom attitude control. This will be the second time the crew has had the opportunity to pilot Orion themselves. Victor Glover, NASA astronaut and pilot on the Artemis II mission, manually flew Orion on flight day 1, shortly after launch when the spacecraft separated from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This was called the Proximity Operations Demonstration, and during that approximately hour-and-a-half window, Glover commanded the spacecraft to approach and make small translational maneuvers around that ICPS. There is a faux docking target on the ICPS, which has now been disposed of. This was a test to allow the crew to practice flying the spacecraft and give reports back to the ground on how Orion flies manually, all in preparation for our future missions to the moon, during which we will need to dock to a lunar lander. And a recap, if you haven't been able to tune in today, the team opted not to execute the OTC burn, also known as outbound trajectory correction burn. There was a scheduled outbound trajectory correction burn yesterday with a second one today. Both of those were waived off as the trajectory achieved by the TLI, or translunar injection burn, has been deemed sufficient. This is Artemis Mission Control. You are getting a look at a visualization of Orion in its current position in relation to the moon, now 95,707 miles away. We are in a forward link LOS with Orion, meaning we cannot contact the crew members. These are planned and tracked loss of signal, but they could call down or contact us if need be. However, they are in their midday meal. You can track the location of Orion yourself by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. This is Artemis Mission Control, and you are looking at a beautiful view of the moon from Orion. This view coming from a camera mounted on the solar array wing. There are 4 solar array wings with cameras mounted on each of them. The crew aboard the spacecraft woke up today at 11:35 a.m. Central Time. Since then, they completed their post-sleep period. They also conducted some public affairs events. Their schedule was shifted a little bit today as we did have the cancellation of the OTC-2 burn, the outbound trajectory correction burn. If you recall, yesterday's flight plan also called for an outbound trajectory correction burn. That was canceled as well. Both of those burns were deemed unnecessary as the translunar injection burn was very accurate, and we're on a great trajectory to head around the moon. Canceling the OTC-2 burn today also allowed the team some flexibility on the timeline to maneuver Orion into a different attitude, positioning a primary vent valve in the sun, which helped to loosen up some ice around a vent valve that is used for the wastewater dump. Currently aboard the spacecraft, the crew are enjoying their midday meal. They are in a forward link loss of signal, meaning we cannot contact them at this time. However, they could contact us if needed. These loss of signal periods are maintained and tracked here on the ground, and we expect to regain that in about 30 minutes. The Orbit 1 team is currently on console, led by Flight Director Jeff Radigan. You could probably hear some background noise as the Orbit 2 team is starting to filter in the room and transition into their role for the day. Still to come today, the manual piloting demo, during which the crew members will use the rotational and translational hand controllers to manually fly the Orion spacecraft. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. View on your screen coming from Orion, looking toward the moon. The destination of the Artemis II mission. Spacecraft now traveling 2,088 miles per hour. We are 94,868 miles away from the moon, inching ever closer. The crew aboard the spacecraft is still in their midday meal period. We are in a forward loss of signal. We do expect to regain that shortly. These loss of signals, or LOS, are tracked here on the ground. We were able to call up to the crew just before we entered this time frame, letting them know that we would be able to hear from them. They just wouldn't hear from us.
Integrity Houston for toilets.
Go ahead, James.
Hey, Reed, we are working a plan to do another dump prior to the manual piloting DFTO. I'll have more words for you on that shortly, but I wanted to give you a last call for the use of toilet before we get into that. Again, toilet is still no-go for urine use, but I want to give you a last call for fecal use as well.
All right, that sounds good, Jenny. And just to confirm, we can still continue to dump secondary line right now, correct?
Affirm.
And James, what is preferred for you on the DFTO? You want CAPCAM 3 or you want HHB or both?
Good question, Reed. We do not have the bandwidth currently for HHP, so we'll be using CAPCAM 3.
Okay, sounds good.
Integrity Houston for big picture forward plan for the wastewater dump.
Go ahead.
Hey, Tina, as you know, this is a big issue that we want to work toward resolving. So we are going to set up a wastewater dump on the primary line starting now. And we would like at least one crew member to be looking out the window and reporting what they see. Our intent here is just to have that vent open, and we will leave it open until either we reach a minimum quantity on the tank, we have no flow, or we hit a 3-hour limit.
Hey, James, great plan. The one thing we would add is we've got some secondary dumps either in work or just finishing. So in order to assess what's coming out of the primary, we recommend waiting a few minutes for that. We can let you know when it looks pretty clear, if that sounds okay.
Yeah, Tina, that sounds reasonable. How long do you expect that to take?
All right, the dump just started, and it usually completes within a minute. However, there's usually some secondaries after that, so I would estimate in about 3 minutes.
Okay, that sounds great to us. Give us a call in 3 minutes, and we will get started. I also wanted to revise my last and let you know that through further discussion on the ground, we can let you know that while we are performing this vent, the toilet is go for fecal use, so good news there.
Copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Here in Houston, Texas, you've got a view of the flight director, Jeff Radigan. To his left is Flight Director Diane Daly. She will be the Flight Director for the Orbit 2 shift, as the Orbit 1 shift is now transitioning off console. Down to the bottom of your screen, at the very bottom, is Jackie Mahaffey. She's the crew's trainer for this mission, and she'll be serving as Capcom. And to her left, CSA astronaut and Artemis II backup Jenny Gibbons. She's been the Capcom for the Orbit 1 shift, speaking with the astronauts. You just heard them discussing the next wastewater dump opportunity. This has been something the team has been troubleshooting today. They're looking to empty this line that they anticipate or they understand was blocked by ice. The spacecraft is still in a good configuration, and this doesn't have any mission or lunar flyby impacts. We are now 3 days, 2 hours, 24 minutes into the Artemis II mission. However, we are referring to this day as Flight Day 4. The crew is now 94,334 miles away from the moon, which you can see there. They are ever growing closer and ever growing farther away from our home planet, 187,185 miles and counting. As the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams continue to conduct their handover procedures, I'll also be handing over the Public Affairs Console to my friend and colleague, Anna Schneider. Really enjoyed being with you here today. The Orbit 1 shift will be back tomorrow, and of course, our astronauts are still working throughout the day, and our stream is still live 24/7 on NASA's YouTube.
All right, Houston, we are fairly quiescent here. Let us know when you start the vent.
It's in work, Reed. Integrity crew, the vent valve has opened.
All right, we'll keep monitoring, but right now we see no flow at all.
Copy.
We heard one little chug deep down beneath us, and now we are getting some spurts with some increasing force, so let's just keep open here.
Copy. Great news, and we're seeing some flow on our side too. Thank you, Reed.
Yeah, you got four crew members rooting for Max Blizzard, and we have a good view out the window. It looks like it looked when we started the mission, so that's a good sign.
Great news. I wanted to cue the mic so you could hear a clap there. Integrity crew, we're maneuvering to the attitude for manual piloting.
Okay, integrity copies. Houston Integrity, just let us know when we're go to start the manual piloting DFTO2, step 1.
All right, Integrity crew, you are go to start the manual piloting DFTO. We are going to come on board with CAPCAM 3. And when you perform this DFTO, we are happy to take 10 degrees rotation in all axes instead of 15 if you like. We will also happily accept all pilots that we have time for. Let us know how she handles.
Okay, we like the sound of all that. Copy 10 degrees, so we'll aim for that to speed this up a bit so we can get more inputs.
We appreciate it. Thanks, Jeremy. And crew, we're on board with you through CAPCAM 3.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The Orbit 1 and 2 teams are currently in their handover, and the crew aboard Orion has stepped into their manual piloting procedures. This may look like a familiar view. We saw it just after launch when the crew was conducting the proximity operations demonstration. That was NASA astronaut Victor Glover, the pilot of the spacecraft, manually commanding Orion.
For a quick waste dump update.
We'll take it.
Hey, Jams, now we have about 10% of the time we see a full blizzard, and then it dies down to a flurry, and then it picks up to a full blizzard again. It's going about blizzard about once every maybe 30 seconds, but it is very dynamic. It's not just one continual send, but it's beautiful, and we're watching the tank quantity go down, so hopefully it's looking good.
That's super helpful for us to know. Thanks, Reed. We're still watching it.
And Houston Integrity, it's not in the procedure, so we just want to double check with. We're going to do this DFTO in DAP mode 2.
Affirm, DAP 2.
Heard some words from Commander Reed Wiseman discussing the wastewater dump currently ongoing. We had a view of that from outside the cabin. We are back inside Orion right now, preparing for the manual piloting demonstration. On the left side of your screen is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and to his right, NASA astronaut Christina Cook. During this demonstration, the crew will be able to manually pilot Orion once again and test its 6 degree of freedom and 3 degree of freedom. If you look closely in the background, you can see NASA astronaut and pilot Victor Glover filming part of this demonstration. Artemis II is MET 3 days, 2 hours, 38 minutes into its flight, and we have just crossed the 2/3 mark on the way to the moon. Now 187,633 miles away from our home planet of Earth, 93,890 miles away from the moon.
All right, and just giving you some handling qualities here for the yaw. Everything was nominal. I noted that with this orb mount, it does have some play in it as we knew, and so just applying some downward force to try and make sure you don't get coupling is required, but that's fine, that's workable. And then we had a little bit of coupling and roll, in both in the same direction on that one. So we had about 4 degrees of roll through the 20 degrees of yaw.
Copy all.
Okay, and we're still just completing the pitch maneuvers, but we're not picking up any coupling for the pitch. And the vehicle is very responsive at nulling out the half degree per second. It's almost instantaneous.
Copy.
Again, the manual piloting demo is beginning aboard the Orion spacecraft, and as the Orbit 1 and 2 teams hand off, I am going to hand off to my friend and colleague, Anna Schneider. She will be carrying through the rest of the manual piloting demo, the rest of the crew's day, and our live stream continues 24/7 on NASA YouTube.
Okay, Houston, for the roll, the only thing I noticed is I had a little coupling in the roll right in yaw, and was able to compensate for that in the roll, or in the roll left. Didn't have any coupling in the yaw. I think we're just getting used to the orb mount too.
Copy all, Jeremy, and we are a minute away from a data rate change. We will have a very brief LOS during that time. I will let you know when we're back with you.
Okay, copy that.
Integrity crew, we're back with you.
Okay, we just finished the 3 DOF maneuvers. The rates all seem the same. The response seemed the same. It is difficult to tell whether you might have some cross-coupling from the RHC or if it's from the vehicle, but we were pretty convinced in the last roll one that the coupling that showed up, which was 4 degrees, was coming from the vehicle and not the RHC.
Copy all, Jeremy. Thank you.
Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and has completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team, who are wrapping up their shift. The Orbit 2 team this evening will be led by NASA Flight Director Diane Daly, and the Capcom or capsule communicator will be Jackie Mahaffey. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, which you can see.
With the jets intentionally deselected with the left yaw, the rate built up as expected nominally, but it's having a hard time nulling out the rate. So it's almost there now, and we've got 7 degrees of yaw before it nulls the rate.
Copy all. Thank you, Jeremy.
So the vehicle overshot by 7 degrees once it was released from the yaw left, and then it built up very slowly, built up a rate, and it looks like it's trying to take it back to where the RHC was released, but it's overshooting again.
Copy all.
Yeah, and during that maneuver, we haven't maneuvered back to center yet. We developed 5 degrees of roll left and 5 degrees of pitch up. And then when it built up a rate to try and look like it tried to go back to where the RHC was released, it went back to 355 instead of 350. So just to read all that down, we commanded a left yaw until we saw 350 yaw. It went to 343, and then it went back to 355 before it nulled all the rates. And now we'll put one in, and we'll just take it back to 0.
Very good. Thanks, Jeremy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft named Integrity are currently working through a manual pilot team developmental flight test objective, or DFTO. You can see the crew there on your screen. That's a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. So on the left-hand side, you can see CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and next to him is Christina Cook.
Okay, and now the yaw rate is complete, and as expected, took quite a bit of time to build up the rate, but was able to null the rate quickly and accurately.
Copy all.
During this developmental flight test objective, the crew is working to perform several attitude maneuvers to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom attitude control. 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways that a spacecraft moves. There are 3 translational degrees of freedom.
During the pitch checkout, there is no perceptible change in performance. It's able to build the rate quickly and null it out quickly and accurately.
Excellent. Thanks.
Okay, and then for roll in this configuration, the left roll is a little bit slower to build up. The right roll is responsive as per normal.
Copy.
And Jenny, we are going to switch pilots now. This will be myself in the seat and making comments.
Copy. We're following the swap. Thank you.
And currently on your screen, you can see CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen and NASA astronaut Christina Cook swapping places as they continue through the manual piloting developmental flight test objective. Again, they are performing several different attitude maneuvers to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom attitude control on the spacecraft. 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways that a spacecraft moves. There are 3 translational degrees of freedom: forward, backward, up and down, and left and right, and 3 rotational degrees of freedom, which are roll, pitch, and yaw. So through this developmental flight test objective, the crew is comparing the standard 6 degrees of freedom to
Integrity Crew Houston, we want to offer up to our pilot, if you want, you can do 5 degrees instead of 10 to move it along a bit quicker. We're looking forward to getting some info for you as a pilot here.
Okay, we copy that.
Currently, NASA astronaut Christina Cook is piloting the spacecraft for this manual piloting DFTO.
That 1 hour had 10 in, so I went ahead and completed all the way back. Standard 6 off behavior, fast ramp up to the DAP speed. There were 2 degrees of roll added in. I did attempt to stop that cross coupling during the roll, during the yaw back, but I didn't get there. So just a little cross coupling there, getting used to the orb mount and its play.
Copy, we follow. Thanks, Christina.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. So through this developmental flight test objective that you're watching them complete on your screen, they are working to compare the standard 6 degrees of freedom to the degraded qualities of 3 degrees of freedom. In that case, it would mean the crew could only control the rotational axes of roll, pitch, and yaw.
Okay, similar behavior with 5. In this instance, there was just a very small amount of roll in that I did try to take out, and with a quick roll pulse, it did take it out. That was just kind of a manual thing that I did, but it was nice to see you could do that if you had unintended coupling going on.
Copy all.
Okay, a similar thing with roll. Roll was definitely the most difficult for me to keep the yaw out coupling naturally, so I just kind of put some manual yaw in to undo the coupling there, but similar 6-off performance.
Excellent. Thank you, Christina. And just for your information, we are comfortable going a little over on this activity. Our schedule allows for it today, and we're getting a lot of good info from you. So we'll have you continue to the end of the DFTO.
Copy. Negligible change in 3 DOF with the yaw.
Copy.
Okay, I'm going to make a comment on the pitch up. There was some roll there. I tried a different technique where I actually kind of held the orb mount at the high end of its play rather than pressing down at the low end since I was pitching up. But I think that actually made it a little bit harder to keep the roll coupling out. So for pitch down, I'll go ahead and hold it at the bottom of its play. So in this, again, in the direction, in this case, of the pitch.
Copy all.
Okay, great performance in pitch, similar to the 6-off.
Copy.
Okay, on that one I kind of went the other direction at first, but was able to remove some yaw oscillations. I think the orb mount with roll, I was just playing with some compensation there, like kind of actively using muscles to keep yaw in or from going. Mixed results, but it's good to try some of that actively.
We like it. Thank you.
All right, Jenny, on this one, given that when we did this, he had an overshoot, which was then overcorrected 5 degrees in the direction he came from, I wanted to try the method of actually overshooting on purpose to try to get back to the 5 degree. So we'll see if that works.
Thank you. We're following along.
And Houston, we have some Earth and Moon viewers here who are putting in requests for different motions so that they can see things in the window.
We're seeing them in the camera views, and we're enjoying it. Look at those scientists go.
Boom, 5 degrees.
Boom.
All right, Jenny, and that one, as expected, had a slow start, but then finished right when release happened and was able to build up the full rate eventually.
Copy.
Okay, and as expected with those specific jets deselected, no negative or no clear difference in pitch.
We copy.
Okay, and on that one, I released at 5 degrees, 2-degree overshoot. I'm holding the orb. I'm holding against the play of the orb mount that is inward to my body and forward or down while putting in the roll, and so it takes a little bit of kind of like counteracting muscle movement for that, but I think I had pretty decent lack of coupling.
Copy.
Okay, a little more roll for the peanut gallery.
They love it.
All right, Houston, thanks for your patience. We had to see the full moon and the Earth at the same time, which was just accomplished. Now we're going to be rolling back.
We understand and approve.
All right, Jenny, I definitely have some stuff to report for that one. Going back, which was the roll left, two things. The pitch coupling that you saw, I do think was due to an input on the RHC, but the yaw, I don't think was, because I actively tried to take out the yaw, and I felt myself having to go out of the detent in the other direction to start affecting that yaw motion that you were seeing. So I think that might have been because of it was difficult for it to compensate potentially, and I think that one might not have been because of inputs at the hand controller.
Copy all. GNC agrees.
Rockin'. We see ourselves complete with the manual piloting, and we'll continue and close out the procedure if you agree.
All right, Christina, we totally agree. And while we have you, we just wanted to give you one item for Jeremy's timeline. We noticed a conflict with his PPC and the filming for exercise and day in the life. So we just wanted to let him know that he can do the PPC early. We'll be ready to support that, and be mindful of when the filming starts at his discretion. Thanks.
Crew copies all. Thanks.
Our pleasure. And with that, I will pass you on to the very capable Jackie Mahaffey.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew has recently wrapped up their manual piloting developmental flight test objective.
Thank you.
And the Capcom, or capsule communicators here in Mission Control, have also handed over, as the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams have completed their handover. So the oncoming Capcom for this shift will be Jackie Mahaffey, and she took over from Ginny Gibbons. Ginny was a backup CSA astronaut for this mission, and then Jackie Mahaffey was the crew training lead for Artemis II. Now that the manual piloting flight test objective is complete, the crew is going to continue on to other scheduled activities for the day. So coming up on the timeline, NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, both have scheduled crew exercise. Each of the crew members has a block of exercise scheduled each day to maintain their health and fitness during their trips to space on the Orion spacecraft.
Wastewater dump.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jackie. Every once in a while, we do hear a little like thud in the spacecraft, followed by a little plume of snowflakes. So there probably is just ice chugging through those lines, and we are still getting little intermittent blizzards. You probably see it on the solar array cameras, but it is still just going. It's dwindling. And then if you do see the volume pick up in the next over the next 5 minutes, there's going to be a few secondary dumps as well.
Reed, we copy all. Thank you for the insight.
And this is Mission Control. You heard some additional...
And confirm you all have secured Cab Camp 3.
Negative. Stand by. Reed, and to clarify, we are interpreting that as you would like us to turn off Cab 3.
Yeah, that is a firm.
We will let you know when that's in place.
Okay, copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're now seeing an exterior view of the Orion spacecraft. This view is coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings, and each of those has a camera. And the crew is continuing to work through the remainder of their activities for the day. So in addition to the upcoming exercise for NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, both NASA astronaut Victor Glover and Christina Cook also have a lunar flyby plan review coming up. And this plan review had already been completed earlier in the day by NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen. And during this activity, each crew member is reviewing their lunar targeting package, which is the primary tool guiding crew observations during the lunar flyby on flight day 6. This package consists of 2 key components: the lunar geography review and the lunar targeting plan.
Integrity Houston, we have only an external view of Orion.
Okay, sounds good. We'll probably, you were bandwidth limited earlier. I don't know if you want HHP in a little while. We can happily set that up. And next question is, if you could ask flight, is there an estimate of toilet coming back functional for urine? That'll just change some of our next steps. If not, we'll continue on CCUs.
Our goal for the toilet is to vent down to approximately 10%, and then we need to have a couple of discussions here on the ground, so you can expect a couple of hours before we would potentially give you a go for toilet use.
That is exactly the information we wanted to hear. Thank you so much.
And you just heard some additional communication there between NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and the Capcom, or capsule communicator here on the ground, Jackie Mahaffey, who you can see there on the bottom of your screen. They were discussing the wastewater dump, which has been taking place as well as the toilet use. At the beginning of crew sleep on flight day 3, the ground had performed a routine and regularly scheduled wastewater dump. And during that dump, it was terminated after only dumping 3%. They have since completed an additional wastewater dump just about 30 minutes ago, and the team on the ground is evaluating the status of the toilet on the Orion spacecraft, but in the meantime, the crew has been instructed to continue using CCUs, which are collapsible contingency urinals.
Houston Integrity, the DFTO procedure is complete.
Jeremy, we copy, and we will be taking you back to biased tail to sun.
Copy that.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We did have that confirmation that the manual piloting developmental flight test objective is officially complete. They were just completing some cleanup actions on that task, and now they're going to start moving into the remainder of the activities for the day. The Orion spacecraft is also being maneuvered to what is known as biased tail to sun attitude. The Orion spacecraft uses a tail-to-sun attitude as its primary passive or passive safe flight orientation during transit to maintain thermal balance and maximize power generation. Now on your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO. And this provides updates on the data and telemetry coming from the Orion spacecraft. So currently the Orion spacecraft and its crew are about 188,000 miles away from Earth, and they have about 92,000 miles between them and the moon. Not too long ago, they did surpass the 2/3 mark as they continue to close in on the moon, and they are expected to make that closest approach and their lunar flyby on flight day 6 coming up on April 6th.
Houston Integrity, Jackie, I'm ready for that PPC.
All right, they are dialing you now. Integrity Houston, per Reed's question a few minutes ago about the HHP cam, we do have the bandwidth, and when Jeremy finishes up his conference, we would be happy to come back on board. Second item, maybe Christina can help answer this. We were wondering at the DUs, how was the audio volume-wise, clarity-wise from the speaker unit?
Houston, we copy the question, and we will get back to you shortly. Houston, Orion, we dropped the call, so if you could redial, that'd be great.
And work.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft, which is named Integrity by its crew. The crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft includes NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is serving as the commander, NASA astronaut Victor Glover serving as the pilot, and the mission specialists are NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. The crew is currently awake and working through several different activities. Currently on the timeline, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is working on his lunar flyby plan review. And during this activity, the crew members are reviewing their lunar targeting package, which is the primary tool which will guide crew observations during the lunar flyby on flight day 6. Throughout the day, each of the crew members will have a chance to review that plan and ask any questions that they may have ahead of that lunar flyby. And so NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen have already completed that flyby plan review, and then coming up a little bit later on the timeline, NASA astronaut Christina Cook will also have the opportunity to review that plan. The lunar targeting package that they are reviewing consists of 2 key components, the lunar geography review and the lunar targeting plan. The lunar geography review helps astronauts study major lunar features in advance of the flyby and learn how to orient themselves during the flyby, while the lunar targeting plan provides a detailed timeline of observation targets, background science context, and specific instructions for imaging and verbal descriptions. NASA astronaut Christina Cook is also currently preparing and working on her daily exercise using the flywheel exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft. Each of the crew members has a block of time each day to complete that exercise, and the flywheel is about the size of an extra large shoebox, and it can support a variety of different exercises from aerobic to resistive exercise. And so after Christina completes her exercise block, CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will then complete his exercise as well, and then NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman will complete his exercise. NASA astronaut Victor Glover completed his exercise block earlier in the day prior to their midday meal. Towards the end of the crew day, CSA astronaut will also have a public affairs event with the Canadian Space Agency before the full crew goes into their private medical conference, which is a daily conference between the crew and their medical teams here on the ground. And then they will have a private conference with the flight director, who currently on console is NASA Flight Director Diane Daly, supporting the Orbit 2 shift. And then the crew will transition into their pre-sleep period, during which they perform some hygiene activities and also have a chance to eat their dinner before they prepare for sleep. And then once they go to sleep, that will round out the Flight Day 4 activities. And there on your screen, you are seeing a live look inside the Artemis flight control room here in Mission Control Houston. On the upper right-hand portion of the screen is the flight director console, so that flight director currently is Diane Daly, who is serving as the Orbit 2 flight directors throughout the mission. There are 3 shifts or orbits who provide 24/7 coverage and support to the crew and the Orion spacecraft for the Artemis II mission.
integrity AGA readings when you're ready.
We are ready, and also arrays and ARS are in the planned config for exercise.
We copy, go for exercise, thank you. CO2, 1.6. O2, 19.3. Pressure, 13.8. Temperature, 75.3.
Houston copies, and as a reminder, we are staying in a 2 ARS scrubber config for this exercise period, and we'll definitely want the intermittent, the scheduled AGA reading in between the 2 runs and at the end. If it's looking good, we're talking about whether we might want to stay in that config through the end of reads exercise.
We copy, will do.
Integrity Houston, a reminder that we do have the bandwidth to come on board with the HHP camera. Let us know if that's something you'd like to do.
And Houston Integrity, at this time we're going to hold off on doing the HHP camera just due to the things we're trying to manage right now, but we will get you on board as soon as and often as we can.
No rush. Thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 3 days, 3 hours, and 48 minutes into the Artemis II mission. We are on the 4th flight day, following a liftoff on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARROW, which you can follow along with at nasa.gov/trackartemis. This visualization provides updates on the data and telemetry coming from the Orion spacecraft. Currently, Orion is about 189,000 miles away from Earth and about 91,000 miles separating the spacecraft and the moon. It's continuing to close in on the moon, and it is scheduled to have its closest approach and lunar flyby on flight day 6, which will be Monday, April 6th. Yesterday, during flight day 3, the Orion spacecraft did pass the halfway mark, where it became closer to the moon than the Earth. And then tomorrow on flight day 5, which will be April 5th, the Orion spacecraft will cross into the lunar sphere of influence, which is when the gravitational forces from the moon will be stronger than those of Earth. Currently, the crew on board the Orion spacecraft is awake, and they're continuing to work through the remainder of their activities for the day, which includes some blocks of exercise, as well as a lunar flyby plan review. Earlier in the day, the crew did complete a public affairs downlink event, and then 2 of the crew members have already completed their flyby plan review. There was originally a scheduled outbound trajectory correction burn. This was the second planned correction burn that ended up being canceled, as it was determined that it was no longer needed. Tomorrow on flight day 5, there is another opportunity for an outbound trajectory correction burn should it be needed. And then coming up later in this shift, there will also be a Canadian Space Agency public affairs event before the crew begins to wind down for the day and go into their pre-sleep period, where they will complete hygiene activities as well as eat their dinner before they go into their sleep period. Once they enter flight day 5, following their sleep period, there are several activities planned for tomorrow, including an aux suit developmental flight test objective. The OX suit is the Orion Crew Survival System suit, those orange suits that you see them wearing. So that will take up about the entire morning portion of their day before they move into their midday meal. And again, there's also a planned outbound trajectory correction burn scheduled for flight day 5 as well. And then shortly after that burn is when they will enter that lunar sphere of influence. It'll take place during their pre-sleep period on flight day 5.
Integrity Houston for wastewater dump in sight.
We're with you. Go ahead.
Hey, Victor, we are looking for the latest observations you might have on what the wastewater dump is sounding like and looking like.
It's a little louder in here than it was the last time we reported, and so I haven't noticed anything noise-wise, but visually, it's going from a light drizzle to a moderate blizzard at about 5-second intervals, and they last for about at about 5 a second interval, but it still seems to be going strong.
We copy all. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is currently on board the Orion spacecraft, and you're seeing a view of the exterior of the Orion spacecraft in the upper left hand of your screen there. Those views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras, which are attached to the 4 different solar arrays on the spacecraft. And then in the bottom right hand of your screen, you can see a look inside the Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, specifically the Capcom and flight director consoles. So the Capcom or capsule communicator there in the center portion of that screen is Jackie Mahaffey, and she serves as the single voice link between the ground and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. They were having some additional conversations about the Universal Waste Management System, which is basically the space toilet on board the Orion spacecraft. Typically, they do a wastewater dump every day. There were some issues with that wastewater dump at the end of flight day 3 that they've been working to troubleshoot throughout the day, and so they've been performing an additional wastewater dump for the past hour or so, and so they're just providing some updates on the status of that activity.
Houston, integrity, AGA readings when ready.
We are ready.
CO2 1.8, O2 20.1, 13.95 PSI, 76.1 degrees.
We copy all. You got a very positive reaction from the Ecom BME area of the room on that CO2 level. And reminder, although I'm not sure it'll be needed, pay attention if you're feeling any symptoms of a rising CO2 and report those as well.
Absolutely.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is serving as the pilot on board the Orion spacecraft as part of the Artemis II mission, and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control. They were discussing some recent AGA or anomaly gas analyzer readings. The crew takes and reports these readings periodically throughout the day, and this is a portable laser-based instrument that can detect trace contaminants and also measures gases inside the Orion spacecraft, such as carbon dioxide. And the Capcom or capsule communicator here in the room mentioned some reactions from a couple of consoles here in the room, and that was the EECOM and BME consoles. So EECOM is the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager, and they are responsible for the internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems on board the Orion spacecraft. And then BME is the biomedical engineer here in Mission Control, and they ensure crew health and safety by planning, facilitating, and monitoring all activities involving crew health, medical operations, and relevant hardware. And there's a full view inside the Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control. That EECOM console that I was referencing is in the left-hand side of your screen towards the back of the room. And you can see all of the other various flight control positions here in the room. And the upper left-hand corner of your screen is the ground control console, or GC. And behind them is the science officer. So the science officer is responsible for the science taking place on the mission, specifically the lunar science.
Question on exercise timing. We would really love it if we didn't have to wait 15 minutes between crew members, but let us know.
And Houston is happy to eliminate that wait and go for the next person.
Awesome, thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control again. Some additional conversations there between the crew and the team here in Mission Control discussing the exercise taking place on board the Orion spacecraft. So NASA astronaut Christina Cook recently wrapped up her daily exercise block, and then CSA, or Canadian Space Agency, astronaut Jeremy Hansen is scheduled to do his exercise next, followed by NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. And so each of the crew members on board the spacecraft have a daily block of exercise, and they all use a device known as the flywheel, which is a exercise device that uses a flywheel or a series of pulleys and a torque limiter encased in a frame the size of an extra large shoebox, which functions similar to a rowing machine, and they can complete various different types of exercises using that machine, such as aerobic and resistive exercise.
Houston integrity question for Photo TV.
Go ahead.
Actually, it's two questions. The first question is 7 gigs too big of a video to downlink? And second question is, did you all get the window DFTO videos?
Checking on both.
Excuse me, window DFTO pictures. And then, Jackie, if you could pass along a message to the team analyzing those videos about the window DFTO, let me know when you're ready to copy.
Ready.
When I first started taking the photos, I realized that small changes in how far the lens was from the window made a difference in the image quality. And so the first few shots are not useful, and they start on window. The first shots were on window 3, I believe, and then, I'm sorry, window 2, and on window 2, I retook the photo starting on the left side, and the voice recording will say window 2 left 80, 135, 200 and 400, but it will say lens touching. So those are the images to use. So hopefully you'll notice there's 2 sets of the window 2 left, and then the rest of the images are all correct. The docking hatch, window 2, and then the center and right images for window 2.
We copy all. Thanks for the insight. And Victor, just to circle back, the team did get the window DFTO photos. They are taking a look at those today, and so your additional information will be very useful. Thanks. And to the first question about the 7 gigs for video size, we can give that a shot via optical comm overnight tonight.
Okay, it's a PAO video, and we'll get that onto PCD1, and hopefully you get it overnight. Thanks.
Copy, PCD1.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Some additional communication there from the crew, namely NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who was discussing a couple of different things. The first one related to some images that were captured as part of a window optical quality developmental flight test objective.
Hey Jackie, that video is nothing special. It's just some routine cabin shots. All the other cameras were used, so I used an iPhone at lowest res, and it just made a large file. Sorry about that. We'll fix it tomorrow.
You are almost 2/3 of the way to the moon. It's a special video. Thank you.
The window optical quality DFTO was completed during flight day 3, and it involved the crew taking images at varying focal lengths of subjects such as the Earth or the Moon in order to evaluate window optical effects on imagery. There are a variety of developmental flight test objectives, or DFTOs, throughout the mission, and they are all designed to evaluate objectives proposed to improve Orion hardware, flight systems, flight operations, processes, and procedures. They were also discussing the transfer of a video file using the optical communication system. The OPCOM system is a laser communication that uses infrared light rather than traditional radio waves to send data to and from space, and this infrared light's higher frequency allows more data to be sent in a single transmission to Earth.
Integrity Houston for some timeline planning.
First, we're going to give you AGA readings as we just swapped crew members. We are still looking at CO2 at 1.7, O2 at 19.9, and cabin temperature at 76.0.
That sounds great. You might even say whoop. With that, big picture on timeline, we've got, we're talking about two modifications related to the opportunistic lunar imaging. The first is that we want to deconflict that event with the PAO event so that we've got a solid, calm, confident PAO attitude. And secondly, we want to tie in some related Peltor PCD audio recording testing. It doesn't necessarily have to happen during the imaging, but somewhat related. So 2 questions for you all. One, we're looking for an estimate on when Reed will have finished exercise. And 2, would Christina or another available crew member have some time to conduct a Peltor PCD audio recording check? So maybe 10 to 15 minutes there. And then also get the cameras prepped for the opportunistic imaging. That way, if we can get it in before the PAO event, we might try to do that.
Christina is happy to do those things, and for exercise, I'm just going to do it as efficiently as I possibly can when Jeremy is complete here.
Okay, that sounds great. For your awareness, we're looking to get in at least 10 minutes in the lunar science imaging attitude prior to the PAO HD test at 05:35. And Christina, when you're ready, I've got some instructions for you on the
to me, that's a much higher priority than my exercise, so why don't we get in the attitude, and then if I can knock out some exercise later today, I will.
Yeah, Reed, there's some setup to get ready for it anyways, so you're completely good to start exercising now, and if we have to cut you off a little early, it sounds like you won't mind.
Okay, Jackie, this all sounds super. Jeremy's going to do his exercise, and when he's done, if there's any time, I'll jump on until you tell me to stop. But please prioritize maneuvers and science objectives over my exercise.
Okay, we copy all.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Some communication there between NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is serving as the commander on board the Orion spacecraft. That spacecraft you can see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, those views coming from the solar array wing cameras. They were discussing an upcoming opportunity to capture some science imaging from the Orion spacecraft, specifically of some potential celestial objects outside one of the Orion windows, discussing moving that a little bit on the timeline to deconflict with an upcoming Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs Downlink event that CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen has on his timeline, and also deconflicting it with some ongoing crew exercise. The crew has been rotating between who is completing their exercise, as they are all sharing the flywheel device on the Orion spacecraft. So NASA astronaut Christina Cook and CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen have both completed their daily exercise. And now NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman is getting set up for that exercise as the team here in Mission Control Houston work to configure the attitude of the Orion spacecraft to be able to capture some of that opportunistic celestial imaging outside the Orion windows coming up here shortly.
Houston, integrity for exercise.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jackie, the CO2 is 2.4, temp is 76.1, and Jeremy is wrapping up now, and then I'll, if it's okay with you guys, I'll just jump right on until you call me off for maneuvers.
That is perfect. We copy all.
Kick 'em.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 6, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Integrity Houston, a couple of items related to a dump visual check and then the forward plan for exercise stop and science setup.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Hey, Christina. First of all, we need Reed to stop exercise at or before 05:15 and give us a call to confirm he has stopped. We'll kick off the maneuver right at 05:15 to the lunar imaging attitude.
Copy. 05:15. He will be done. We'll call you to confirm.
Right, and then also the wastewater dump, we were able to get down to 10% and have stopped the dump. We would like a visual check from crew now that the valve is closed to let us know if and what you see.
Yeah, it does appear to have stopped. Oh, we just had a little chug, but for the most part, there's another chug. It is, well, actually, it's chugging pretty regularly, but when I first looked, it had stopped. Now I'm getting a big puff and then lack of particles about every 3 seconds.
Christina, we copy chugs about every 3 seconds.
That is continuing every few seconds. There is a single pulse of particles coming around, and then it stops. But it is nowhere near the constant stream that we had before.
Hey, Christina, out of curiosity, wondering if Reed has started exercise yet. Is there any correlation between those two things? And are you able to hear any of the thud or chug noises like earlier?
No correlation and negative.
Okay, we copy all. If you happen to notice that stopping at any point, we don't, just let us know. I think we'd be interested in that. And then, Christina, I have some instructions for you on camera setup and
I'll keep an eye on
testing.
All right, Jackie, I'm ready to copy.
All right. All of this you will be able to utilize steps from your the opportunistic imaging activity on Victor's band a little bit later. You can use that procedure, 36.2.1, opportunistic imaging. For the Peltor recording test, step 3 of that procedure has an if OE comms crowded conditional, and we'd like you to head into that conditional, and it'll have some Peltor headset operations steps. So you can follow those steps and the subsequent PCD voice recorder reference. But really, we just want to get a couple of minutes of you using the voice recorder with the Peltor and the PCD. And if you can get a volunteer or two to do some talking in the background, some different, common cabin audio in the background of that. What we're interested in is when you play that back, are you able to hear those background noises? And for context, partly this is checking against our pre-flight testing, and it will also help us understand what kind of activities we can schedule concurrently with future opportunistic science observations.
Okay, yeah, the big picture totally makes sense, and I really appreciate the context. That's great. I'm not able to open the procedure right now, but can you tell me exactly what steps I'll be doing in that? I understand that what I say yes on that if about if OE1 is common is crowded, but what total steps overall am I doing in that procedure?
Everything for the Peltor recording is encompassed in step 3 of the opportunistic imaging, and we're checking on if there's any specific steps embedded in there that you do not need to perform.
Okay, so I'm doing 36.2.1 step 3, and are the voice recorder samples also a part of that, or is that just something separate I'm doing on my own?
Yeah, it's all embedded in that. So that conditional, if the OE comms crowded, gives you procedures for Peltor headset operations and PCD voice recorder reference, all embedded within the parent step 3.
Got it. Okay, thanks. I'll take a look, and I'll start executing and let you know.
Okay, great. I had one more piece for you. In order to be ready for the 10 minutes we're going to have for the opportunistic imaging, we also suggest that you or a second crew member volunteer go ahead and set up the D5 with long lens and Z9 with 35 millimeter lens in the lunar observation config. And step 1 of the opportunistic imaging gives you the procedure references for the lunar well, let me tell you this. Lunar observation setup is 26.4.1114 for the D5 camera.
All right, Jackie. We were having a little bit of a conversation in the cabin for the first part of that, but I think you just would like me to set up those two cameras for lunar imaging, reference 36.4.1114.
Yeah, 26.4.1114 is the D5 version of the lunar observation setup.
Copy 26. That makes more sense. IBA. All right, all tracks. I'll get on it. Jackie, one question back to you about when do you expect we might be able to use toilet again?
Yeah, I understand the question. The teams are talking about the signature, and they are actively meeting to get you a forward plan as soon as possible. But it's maybe another hour before we can get back to you with a forward plan.
I copy. Would you authorize one use of the toilet?
Checking. And Integrity Houston, breaking news. We have results on the discussions down here for the tank venting, and at this time, you are go for all types of uses of the toilet.
And the crew rejoices. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard quite a bit of communication about a few different topics there between the crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way to the moon and the team here in Mission Control Houston. At first, they were discussing an upcoming opportunistic imaging opportunities, particularly some images that they may be able to capture soon out of the cabin windows of the Orion spacecraft of the moon. So they were moving that around in the timeline to be able to accommodate it. So they're going to begin getting set up and deploying some cameras to be able to capture the moon in its current state, as they are about 89,000 miles away from the moon and continuing to close in on the moon, about 192,000 miles now separating Orion and its crew from the Earth. And then they were also discussing a recent wastewater dump. So the Universal Waste Management System on board the Orion spacecraft, which is basically the space toilet, recently completed a wastewater dump, which is when they vent the urine overboard. And so they were able to complete that wastewater dump. They did have some issues previously with the wastewater dump.
Houston integrity, timeline, final sync.
I don't know if we can use the final word for the whole day, but yeah, let's talk one more time now.
That is fair. We understand that at 15:15, Reed will stop exercising, and you will start to maneuver the vehicle for the opportunistic science visuals. And then at that point, are we subbing in the PAO event and then doing the opportunistic science blue box activity after, or are we doing the opportunistic science before?
Christina, good question. We are going to jump right into the opportunistic science imaging at 05:15, or as soon as we get into attitude. And then at 05:30, we need to start maneuvering back to the attitude that will support the PAO event.
Copy. So you still envision both Victor and I doing the opportunistic science activity overall?
Yeah, we will take your judgment, but we would like it done during this time. This is the opportunity that we have today. KDD Houston for imaging and Peltor priorities.
Go.
Hey, Christina. Since we've got this very specific block that will be an attitude for the imaging, the priorities are to get the cameras set up and have you perform that block as written in Victor's timeline. And if the Peltors are not set up yet, we can absolutely take any observations on OE1. And then afterwards, when the attitude is not so critical, we can perform the check of the Peltor recordings.
Perfect. We were thinking the same. Houston, we are clear on exercise.
We copy.
And CO2 is 2.4.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard that the crew has completed their daily exercise blocks. So the final crew member to complete their exercise for the day using the flywheel device on board the Orion spacecraft was NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. And now that that exercise is complete, they're going to be maneuvering the Orion spacecraft into an attitude to be able to capture some opportunistic lunar imaging out of the windows inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. Once that imaging is complete, the crew, specifically CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, will begin getting set up for an upcoming CSA Public Affairs downlink event. And then once that event is complete, the crew will begin winding down for the day. They will have a private medical conference with their medical teams on the ground. This is a standard conference that happens every day. And they will also have a private conference with the flight director. The flight director here currently is NASA Flight Director Diane Daly, who you can see in that bottom right-hand box on your screen.
Houston Integrity for opportunistic science. Which window am I setting up?
Window 2.
Copy, thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The Orion spacecraft was performing a bit of an attitude maneuver.
Integrity Houston, we are in attitude, as you can probably see. And one clarification on the cameras. After using the long lens on the D5, we would suggest switching that lens to the Z9 to capture a few more photos.
Understood, Jackie. That is an obviously large moon looking out the window. Good gracious. And you can definitely see the beginnings of the far side with Oriental and beyond Oriental a little bit. That is just awesome.
All right, some smiling folks here, and we wouldn't mind any other observations you want to share directly with us.
Well, our first observation, Jackie, is that we once again need to clean all our windows before we do the lunar flyby day.
We copy.
All right, we can clearly see Grimaldi, Glushko. We can see over to Oriental just with the naked eye. The moon is so bright just through the naked eye that it's going to take me a little while to adjust. You don't see any stars at all because the moon glow is so... I do see a couple stars as my eyes are starting to adjust to this. Primary colors that we see right now, just a bright, bright white, especially on the south pole and the far side, and then all the Mares on the near side are just varying shades of gray. Not picking up any color yet, just with the human eye, but we also haven't dwelled very long on this. Definitely see all of the basin of Oriental, Aristarchus, Copernicus, easily all in view. This is so awesome.
We copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
I would say Grimaldi from here is the darkest, most high contrast spot that I can possibly see, and I'm pretty sure that is Grimaldi, with Oriental on the far side of that, past the Mares there. But Grimaldi is just so crystal clear and dark.
We copy all and appreciate it. One question for you. If someone might have a free hand and you'd be willing to share some video of you all taking a look out those windows, I know that we would enjoy it.
And Jackie, we will definitely get a camera out. It is pretty dark in here.
Copy. We did see some pretty cool low cabin light photos come from you all yesterday, so we'll still give it a try.
Absolutely. One of the neat things that I'm seeing right now is in the sort of largest mare field, the one that sort of makes up most of the very western side of what you can see on the near side. There is a giant, it's much more obvious now that one of those mares is a huge basin, because it's just right now it's kind of at the 1 o'clock position, and I don't know the name of that big one. It's basically just west of where Serientatis and Tranquillitatis are, but it is phenomenal. And the moon we are looking at is not the moon you see from Earth whatsoever.
Christina, we copy all.
And Victor is absolutely mesmerized by Oriental through the 400 lens. He says that not only in Oriental, but all around the basin, you can actually see the terrain. It's not an albedo change. It's not shadows. You can actually just tell that they are terrain features of the multi-ringed crater there.
Christina, we copied all of Victor's Oriental observations. That sounds amazing. And we think, based on your description of the basin that you saw, that is Imbrium.
Yes, that sounds right. I've never noticed that Imbrium has such a distinctive high albedo ring defining it. Also worth mentioning, we do apparently have a full moon. We can't detect any terminator at all. It looks like full limb all the way around.
We copy, and thanks for sharing some cabin video. And unfortunately, in this opportunistic imaging pass, we've got just about 2 minutes before we'll maneuver back to get set up for the event.
And Jackie, we got Jeremy on there just for a minute before his PAO event. He's just got to look at this. As soon as I put my hands on the 400, it's just, you know, I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's the only thing I could come up with. Just seeing Tycho, there's mountains to the north. You can see Copernicus, Rainier Gamma. It's just everything from the training, but in 3 dimension, and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Copy, Moonjoy.
In Houston, I can tell you that Christina now has the 400 millimeter, and she also is the queen of hyperbole. It's incredible.
Wow.
Copy, Christina doing her best read impression at the window.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
Houston, we won't have a good scene check, but can we just make sure that we're streaming the HDMI and get a sound check from you guys?
Yeah, it looks like a Halloween movie right now, kind of greenish, but I think it's a pretty good view. Maybe top is a little higher up the docking tunnel than we've seen in the past.
And Jackie, if you're clear on the PAO setup, a couple more observations.
Yep, we are maneuvering. There's a little bit of in and out comm, but we'll take your observations.
And did you hear Jeremy's transmission prior to what I asked?
At Integrity Houston, we had some in and out comm as we maneuvered. We did hear the last microphone check from Jeremy. And Christina, we would take some observations when you have a minute.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one kind of correction to what I mentioned before. I do think that we have a terminator. It is on the far western edge. It's not actually a limb. It's on the terminator all along what it's basically almost in the same places where you would imagine the limb to be. But it's very high albedo as you would expect from the far side, and you can see the topography all along the terminator. It's awesome.
We copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The Orion spacecraft was maneuvered to an attitude a few minutes ago to be able to capture some opportunistic imaging of the moon. So we heard some of those conversations from the crew as they were making some observations of what they were seeing of the moon out of the windows of the Orion spacecraft. You heard them referencing several craters and basins that they were seeing on the moon. One of those was Grimaldi, which is a crater, and it's a large basin located near the western limb of the moon. They also discussed the Oriental Basin, which is one of the youngest of the large lunar basins. And one of the last things they discussed was the Imbrium Basin, which is the largest impact basin on the moon's near side. They're now maneuvering out of that attitude, but they were able to capture some imagery that will be downlinked to the ground and then hopefully shared out once it's reviewed. And now the crew is getting set up for an upcoming public affairs event, specifically CSA or Canadian Space Agency. Jeremy Hansen will be participating in that event.
Houston Integrity for one more observation and a question.
Before we take your observation, Christina, I want to comment that the camera that just got stowed is taking half of our view here in the scene, and we would like one more scene and voice check together when Jeremy has a chance. And we'll take your observations.
I missed your very last, but other than that, copied all.
Sorry, just saying that we would take those observations when it's a good moment.
I just wanted to mention, great call from the science team on sticking with the D5 for our observations, the real science observations during the flyby, because I can confirm that the Z9 imagery, even through the viewfinder, you know, because it's digital, was very different. It was much higher contrast than the naked eye view through the D5 viewfinder.
That is really useful feedback. Thank you.
Sure thing, and I'll also mention that the Z9 could be a tool for locating targets because of its higher contrast. It's actually a little easier to see some things, but then obviously going back to the D5 for observations could be a good technique.
We copy.
Over to Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy, for this scene, we are seeing a lot of the docking tunnel. We recommend tilting the camera down a bit.
Copy. Christina just floated back there to frame it for us, so go ahead and be directive. She's pointing it right now.
Yeah, we see it. That actually looks pretty good. Yeah, right there. I don't know that I can do the play-by-play with the delay, but we trust Christina.
Okay, Jackie, it's set in position, so you can do the final scene check.
Scene looks great, and we would take another 10 count on the mic if you have it handy. Yeah, you can pause. It's all good. All right, Integrity, we'll be ready for an on-time start in about 8.5 minutes.
Houston integrity for altitude reference change moment.
Go ahead.
Jackie, with that incredible viewing behind us of our destination in the near term, we hereby change our DU PFD altitude reference from Earth to Moon. We are currently 76,362 nautical miles from the Moon. And from Earth, we had been 168,000 nautical miles.
Houston, copies. Integrity Houston, your AIU is trying to steal the show here. Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston Integrity, we're looking forward to speaking with some youth today.
Canadian Space Agency, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is the Canadian Space Agency. How do you hear me? Say again.
We have you loud and clear, CSA.
Good. It's you.
Thank you, Jeremy. We have many Canadians who are eager to ask you some questions. We're going to start right ahead with those. The first question is from Dia in Mississauga, Ontario.
Do astronauts get special training to do CPR in space? How do you actually do that when there's no gravity?
You just have to help me out with that question. Was that about CPR training? Is that what I caught?
Got it.
That's right, Jeremy. You're asked do you have special training to do CPR in space, and how do you actually do that in zero gravity?
Yeah, it's a great question because we're all alone up here, just the four of us, and if we ever had to do it, we definitely want to plan. And so we talked about it on Earth before we came here, and one of our tests this week was actually to try those techniques out. And we have about 3 different spots in the capsule where we can do it. There's probably one that I can show you in the camera view if I just slide Reed over here. And so what I need to do is support myself and have him against something. So if I put my back here,
we rearranged the wall.
and Reed here, I can push on him. So this is one of our CPR objectives in space. This is actually not the best one, but it's the only one you can see in camera.
Thanks, Jeremy. The next question is from Liam in Elsipogtog, New Brunswick.
And I wonder, do you still see stars in outer space?
Yeah, I was actually just talking to my crewmates about that today. I've definitely seen stars in outer space, and I was saying I haven't seen as many as I thought I would. So, Reed?
We have so much illumination from the sun on the moon and the earth right now. It is hard at times to see stars. Just like when you walk out in the daytime, you see a blue sky but no stars. We look outside and we see the black space and no stars. But tonight we're going to be pointed into deep space, and we're going to turn out all the lights in the spacecraft for the first time on the mission. And if you give yourself about 20 or 30 minutes, we do this all the time on the International Space Station. Christina and I just have great fond memories of this. You'll start to see the stars, and if you give it enough time, you will see so many stars. It's hard to see the constellations because there are so many stars out there. And the coolest part of those stars is they do not twinkle at all. They are just perfect. They almost look fake. They're just perfect pinpricks of light. So that is our homework for tonight, Jeremy. We are doing that.
We'll take a picture.
Great. We now have a question from students in Sanikiluaq, Nunavut.
What types of food do you eat in space, and how do you cook it?
Yeah, so I've only been eating space food for a couple days here, but Christina, she lived in space for pretty close to a year. She's eaten a lot of space food, and so we have a few items here to show you. Christina, you want to help me out?
Sure. Let's see what we're going to pull out. So
my dinner.
This is Jeremy's dinner, and in space you really just eat all of your food out of bags of some kind, plastic bags or little metallic bags, because we have to rehydrate a lot of our food. This is actually shrimp cocktail. And this has been rehydrated already, so we added water to it, and the shrimp soaked back up the water, and it's actually pretty tasty. This is an example of a food that has not been rehydrated yet. It got all dried out for flying up here in space, and those are green beans. So we do have to eat our vegetables even in space, but don't worry, they do give us mac and cheese.
Nous avons maintenant une question dans la salle. Émilie.
Bonjour Jérémy, je m'appelle Émilie et je viens de Saint-Bruno au Québec. Sur la Terre, on voit parfois un croissant de lune. Est-ce que lorsqu'on est autour de la lune, on voit un croissant de Terre?
And before I answer that question, I got to go back one. Here's the maple syrup that we opened up and had at lunchtime today. So we had a little bit of Canada on board today, and I shared it with my crewmates, and I think they enjoyed that. So it was great. Pour la question, en fait, oui, on voit des croissants de la Terre, et c'est quelque chose d'incroyable pour moi. Par exemple, la journée avant le TLE, le Translunar Injection, quand nous sommes réveillés, on a vu une demi-terre. Et ça, c'était la première fois que j'ai vu quelque chose de magnifique comme ça. Et pendant cette journée-là, on a vu la Terre au complet et on a vu la Terre noire. Alors, ça, c'était une perspective vraiment unique. And the question was, do we see a crescent Earth just like we see a crescent moon when we're in space? And the reality is we do, and we've seen it all. We've seen a half Earth, partial crescent Earth. We've seen a dark Earth, and when we woke up for TLI, we saw just it looked like a bowl of Earth just sitting there for breakfast in the sky. It was really, really unique.
Thank you, Jeremy. The next question is from Joel in Edmonton, Alberta.
You undertook lunar geology training in Canada, Iceland, and at the Lunar Sample Laboratory facility. Are there any lunar landforms that you're particularly excited to see up close?
Sure. Oh, that's cool.
Absolutely. We have done some incredible geology training on Earth, and one of them, as you mentioned, was in Canada at Kaimstaston Crater. And I got the honor of training there with Jeremy and Jenny Gibbons and a great team of geologists, scientists from NASA and many institutions. We did learn a lot about how, craters form and a lot about the mineral that makes up the moon. What we are probably most excited as a crew about seeing on the moon would be an amazing feature called Oriental. And it is sometimes known as the Grand Canyon of the moon because it has all kinds of multi-layered crater rims and a lot of different land formations, and it has mare, like kind of lava fields all throughout it in different shapes, and it's very distinctive, and no human eyes previously had seen this crater until today, really, when we were privileged enough to see it. So we can't wait to share more when we get closer to the moon.
Thanks so much. Masab in Vancouver, BC has a question for you as well.
Which movie do you believe is the most accurate representation of space?
Well, there are many great space movies. For our specific example here, one that really captures it, I think, is Apollo 13. Now, we haven't had any major malfunctions like Apollo 13 did, but they ended up on a very similar trajectory to us. And that movie really shows you a lot what it's like with just 3 humans, trapped in a tiny capsule and surviving in space together. So that's just one of many, but it's one of my favorite space movies. You have a space movie?
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
All right, we have another question, Jeremy, from here in the room.
I'm Adelaide from Ottawa, Ontario. How has your family helped you prepare to go to space? And do your kids get time off school?
Yeah, of course, in life you do things as a team, and, my primary team is my wife and my 3 kids, and they have been extraordinary in supporting me through this endeavor. Some of the ways that they've helped me is just by giving me grace. Sometimes with this job, I can't be there for them when they would like me to be there. There's a lot of sacrifice from the family, and so they've definitely done that for me. And they've been my greatest cheerleaders along the way. So super grateful for Catherine, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin. And did they get time off school? Well, yes and no. So they had time to come to quarantine and be with me to support me in the launch. But what it meant was they were doing a lot of homework, doing a lot of self-study, and they were still getting it done. They were just getting it done from quarantine.
Thanks. Parker from Apsley, Ontario, has a question.
Why does water become spherical in space?
Well, my 3 crewmates lived on board the International Space Station for a significant amount of time, and so they've done a lot of playing with water, and so they were giving me a tutorial today at lunch. So maybe I'll just get Reed to give you the tutorial that he gave me right now. Well, here you can see the spherical balls that I just let loose on the cabin.
We got one coming.
All right, Reed. There's another one going over there, but it's really the surface tension. If you ever just see a little drop of water on your finger, even though it looks like a convex little drop on your finger in space, that surface tension is all around. So it just creates a perfect bubble because there's no gravity to act on it. And so it just stays in this perfect sphere, and it actually becomes a lens. And earlier today, we were laughing because we could make Jeremy's face go upside down or right side up, and it's pretty amazing. It's fun to play with water in space.
Victor's sending us a towel to clean up the mess.
Thanks for that demonstration. We now turn to Jackson from Calgary, Alberta.
How did you get to be on the Artemis II mission?
I'll answer while Jeremy's making a nice water bubble for you. How did Jeremy get to be on the Artemis II mission? Jeremy and I were selected as astronauts together back in 2009, and he was a member, obviously, of the Canadian Space Agency, and I was a member of NASA. And when Jeremy interviewed to be an astronaut, our chief astronaut, Peggy Whitson, was on their board. And Peggy came back from that interview and said, if Canada doesn't hire Jeremy, NASA will hire Jeremy. He did that well. So I think if you go through Jeremy's life, he grew up just a very inquisitive kid. He had huge dreams. He saw a picture of Neil Armstrong in an encyclopedia a long time ago walking on the moon, and it just sparked his curiosity and his imagination. And he always tells people that the most important thing when you have a dream and an aspiration is that you tell people, you talk about that. Some people may not believe you can do it, but you know you can do it. And the more you talk about it, the more people will begin to believe that you can make your dreams come true. And that is exactly what Jeremy did. So he turned his tree fort into a spaceship, and he became a fighter pilot in the Royal Canadian Air Force. And then he got to the Canadian Space Agency in 2009, and the rest is history.
And I'm still not that good at water and space yet. I'm still learning, but I'll keep practicing.
Amelia de Mirabel au Québec a une question pour toi, Jeremy.
Quel rôle les jeunes d'aujourd'hui joueront-ils, selon vous, dans le futur de l'exploration spatiale? Et quel message avez-vous pour les inspirer?
Alors, les jeunes peuvent jouer un rôle vraiment important. En fait, c'est nécessaire que la prochaine génération contribue à notre avenir, à notre avenir. Par exemple, c'est important de juste suivre vos passions. Quand il y a quelque chose qui vous intéresse, apprendre tout ce que c'est possible. Et aussi, partager cet rêve, cet objectif pour vous avec des autres et former une équipe. Et vous pouvez faire des choses importantes pour les humains. Aussi, avec l'espace, maintenant, il y a plein des moyens de contribuer à notre civilisation. Par exemple, on peut utiliser l'espace. Quand on trouve une solution qui utilise l'espace, souvent, ce n'est pas une solution locale, c'est une solution globale. Alors, quand on utilise l'espace, on peut aider le Canada, bien sûr, mais aussi les autres pays, n'importe où au monde. The question was, how can young people contribute to Canada's or the world's space future? And the reality is there's just so many ways that you can use space. And often in space, when you find a solution, it isn't a regional solution, it is a global solution that can be shared around the world.
La prochaine question vient de William, qui est avec nous dans la salle.
Je m'appelle William Provencher de Carignan, au Québec. Est-ce que les astronautes sont formés pour pouvoir réparer tout et n'importe quoi à bord de la capsule Orion?
En fait, pour nous, on a la formation pour les astronautes est de réparer plein des choses dans les capsules, bien sûr, mais la plupart du temps, la formation, c'est piloter et opérer le vaisseau. Mais si on a des problèmes ici dans la capsule, on a une grande équipe sur la Terre qui peut nous aider pour réparer des choses. Alors, si quelque chose ne fonctionne pas, souvent, on demande à Mission Control à Houston pour nous aider à comment le réparer. Alors, on a des experts sur la Terre. The question was, are astronauts trained to fix everything on the capsule? And the answer is, we're trained to fix a lot of things, but a lot of our training is about piloting and managing the systems on the capsule. There's a lot of things that if they break, we call Houston, Mission Control in Houston, and they walk us through how to repair it.
That's great. Thanks, Jeremy. The next question is from Onyx in Elsipogtog, New Brunswick.
What happens to organs like your stomach in space?
So as far as I can tell, the question was, what happens to our organs in space? As far as I can tell, nothing. It feels very much like my body is operating pretty much exactly it did on Earth. The one thing that I noticed is, there is a blood shift. And if you knew me before I got to space, I'm sure my face is a lot puffier now, is because there's a lot more blood up in my upper regions of my body because gravity is not constantly pulling it down. And I can just sort of feel it in my head. It's like, I don't know, just something different. I can tell it's just slightly different. It's not bad, but it's just slightly different. But other than that, for me, not a lot of changes. But let's talk to the expert over here. She knows a lot about this.
Well, I did just think of two organs that I know of specifically that have very well documented effects in microgravity or adaptations. They're actually ways that your organs change, usually to adapt to the environment. And one of them is with your heart. Your heart actually changes its stroke volume because even though we exercise almost every day, the rest of the time your heart does not have to work as hard to pump that blood up to your brain. And it adapts to that, and its muscles actually change. And when you get back from a long duration in spaceflight, you have to work really hard to get your cardiovascular system going. One other organ that is affected is your kidneys, because the kidneys and some of the parts in them actually rely on a gravity vector to work correctly. And they've found through science investigations on board the space station and things like tissue chips and organ chips that the kidneys are highly affected, and astronauts have to look out for kidney disease. So it sounds like you're kind of interested in medicine. Thought I'd mention those two.
Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Jeremy, for sharing your amazing journey with us tonight and with all Canadians. Do you have any last thoughts before we leave you this evening?
Just really great to spend some time with my fellow Canadians from way out here. We're, if I do some quick math in my head, we're around 300,000 kilometers from home right now. It's an extraordinary journey, and sharing this journey with Canadians is incredibly meaningful for me, and it's so important that this generation and the next generation see themselves represented in this mission as these 4 humans and our incredible team from around the world head out on this journey around the moon. And just remember, Canada's future in space is bright because of all of you. Wishing you all the best. Thanks for joining us here on Integrity. Have a great one.
Merci beaucoup, Jérémy. Thank you.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio comm. Integrity Houston, a few items to sync up on before you get into PMC and evening activities. Let us know when you're ready.
You're ready, Jackie.
All right, a couple of questions about today's timeline, and then some forward plans for the toilet and wastewater dumps. I guess we'll bookend with toilets. So first of all, we thought perhaps you had not prioritized toilet maintenance due to your earlier constraints, and so if you had not gotten to the toilet maintenance block, we do need it before you go to sleep tonight due to oxone constraints. How copy?
That is complete.
Excellent. Also, we wanted to, we knew that maybe we stepped on some of the flexible HRP activities today, and wanted to let you know that at least the HRP standard measures we're looking for today, since it's asking about your first 3 days in flight.
Victor is going to knock that out soon. It was a flexible activity. He has not finished it yet. The other 3 are complete.
Absolutely works for us. Thank you. And then a couple of questions from science. We wanted to follow up and ask if you were able to complete your LTP reviews today, if you had any questions on those. And then looking for confirmation that you have or you plan to transfer the images you took during today's observations so that we can downlink them tonight.
And Victor has that in work right now. I believe we all were able to complete our studying. One question I had was just understanding the different uploads and whatnot. Do I understand correctly that overnight tonight, the actual final plan that we will be executing will be uploaded into our LTP? Is that right?
Christina, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. With that, no other questions about our LTP review. The materials were great and it went well.
All right, one final topic for you, and we're looking for some feedback. Big picture for the toilet wastewater vent lines, we would like to try providing warm contents to the wastewater vent lines, ideally through a series of crew donations and then immediately followed by a dump. So we are wondering if you think that is something you could support this evening, and if you were to suggest a time, we would like to know what it is.
Jackie, are you looking for how the max number of donations or a minimum number? What would the minimum number be?
Christina, we don't necessarily have a minimum number, but we'd like to get as many as possible back-to-back uses.
We're looking for a good time, but yeah, I think we should all be able to cycle through there for you. I'm sure you've considered this, but there is also the option of PWD water heated in the food warmer, which will be very, very hot.
Yeah, Christina, teams down here had similar thoughts, but that system is designed for a particular type of fluid, and we want to stick with that chemistry.
Understood, makes sense. How about right after the flight director conference in that time frame?
That is perfect, and we will just take a call when you are all complete and ready for the event.
Copy that. We'll give you a call.
Sounds great. That is it from us prior to PMC.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen recently wrapped up a public affairs event.
Status item, docking camera activity on Reed's timeline is complete.
We copy.
And then following that public affairs event, the crew has been chatting with the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control Houston, who you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The Orbit 2 Capcom is Jackie Mahaffey for this shift. They are talking through the remainder of the timeline for the day, as well as some wastewater dump activities that have been taking place. One of the activities that they were discussing was an HRP, or Human Research Program study, related to spaceflight standard measures. This experiment is conducted in a variety of spaceflight environments, including the International Space Station, and now also as part of the Artemis missions on board the Orion spacecraft. Through this experiment, it collects a standardized set of measurements spanning multiple physiological systems to provide a comprehensive snapshot of how spaceflight affects the human body. Coming up in just a few minutes, the crew will also move into their daily private medical conference. This is a private conversation with the medical teams on the ground that they have every day, typically at the end of their day. And then following that private conference, they will have a brief private conference with the flight director currently on console, which is Diane Daly, who you can also see in the bottom corner of your screen. Following both of those private conferences, they will enter their pre-sleep period, and during this period, they will complete some hygiene activities, and they will also have the chance to eat their dinner and begin winding down for the day before they head into their sleep period.
Houston Integrity, we are going to Orion Earth 2 for the conference, if that works for you.
It does work for us.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard a call there from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. They just completed their private medical conference with their medical teams on the ground. Again, this is a daily standard conference that takes place throughout their mission, and they are now moving into their daily private flight director conference. And then after that is complete, they will move into their pre-sleep period. Right now, we are about 3 days, 6 hours, and 36 minutes into the Artemis II mission, following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a look at the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which provides updates on the data and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way to the moon. This spacecraft is about 195,000 miles away from Earth and about 86,000 miles away from the moon. Earlier today, the Orion spacecraft and its crew passed the 2/3 of the way mark, so they are over 2/3 of the way to the moon. And again, they are expected to make their lunar flyby and the lunar close approach on flight day 6, which will be on Monday, April 6th.
integrity on one for 2 quick topics.
Go ahead.
I know we're into pre-sleep, but if they get email sorted out, we would like a call all the way up until MET 8:45 tonight if email gets sorted. That's topic 1.
Will go.
And then we are going to initiate the urine ops now, so we're going to start trying to fill that tank.
Okay, we copy. Let us know when you are complete. We are expecting to do a short trial dump, and regardless of the results, we'll call back up and give you a go for the rest of the night. Back to your email comment, we have a forward link LOS around 8:10, 8:15, so that will be the latest time that we would call.
That was very broken.
Okay, Reed, is this coming through any clearer?
Much clearer.
All right, I don't know if that was a user error or what happened there, but what I was saying was we do have an upcoming forward link LOS at around 8:10, and so that will be the latest time we might call you about an email status.
Okay, if you all cannot uplink email tonight, can you please unlock it so we can at least get into it, even if it's old email, and compose new responses? We are woefully behind on communicating with our families.
We copy. We will make that happen.
Hey, Jackie, one last comment for you while we're just closing out our day here.
Go for it.
Yeah, I just want to, we should have told this to Jeff when we were just on that conference, but we are stroking hard up here. We are very, very busy up here. We skipped OTC 1 and 2, and we are barely getting through our day, and that is with all of us just scraping together and getting the job done. So we do not have time throughout the day to be journaling, taking notes, or composing emails and stuff. I just want you all to have that perspective that there has not been a single moment of downtime up here, so we're stroking hard. If you could just let Jeff know, I'd appreciate it.
Yep, Reed, thank you for that insight. That matches our observations, but it's good to hear from you as well. With that, we are working on privatization for OE2. While we do that, we're going to do the ACU swap, and then we'll call up for a comm check and let you know OE2 is configured.
Okay, Jackie, that's perfect. Thank you.
All right, go back. We will hold off on the ACU swap, and OE2 is ready.
Okay, Jackie, that was very broken, but thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew is currently in their pre-sleep period, and while they're doing that and preparing to go to bed by eating their dinner and performing some hygiene activities, I have Sarah Schmidt joining me on console for a few short minutes. She is the Artemis II Crew Lunar Observation Lead. Hey, Sarah, thanks for joining us.
Hi, happy to be here.
So can you tell us a little bit more about your role for the Artemis II mission?
Yeah, so like you said, Crew Lunar Observations Lead. I have a team within the Artemis II Lunar Science team, and we work on developing the software internally for the team and then also for the crew to use on board during their lunar flyby.
And the lunar flyby coming up pretty soon on flight day 6. That will be Monday, April 6th. So today the crew was working to prepare for the lunar flyby a little bit. Can you walk us through what that lunar targeting package is?
Yeah, so lunar targeting package, you might hear it be called the LTP, is essentially a plan or a guide for the crew to use during their lunar flyby period, and it maximizes the science observations of that period of time they're looking at the moon, capturing observations. It has a step-by-step or time step-by-step instruction of, what is best seen at specific times, and also we provide visualizations with it to help guide the eye into the moon of the certain area or feature that's of interest, developed by the whole science team, and then our team does the packaging and delivery of it.
All right, and I think y'all have been working pretty closely with the crew for a while to get them trained up in preparation for the lunar flyby and some of those observations that they're going to be making. So how have you and your team been working with the crew ahead of that lunar observation period?
Yeah, we have been working with the crew. So as part of the lunar science team, we've participated in the simulations and also crew training activities. So they have the lunar targeting plan in front of them, usually using it as part of the sim or training. And then also over the last year or so, they've provided us so much feedback that the LTP is almost a tool made for them, kind of by them at this point, because of all the amazing feedback they provided us. And so we just wanted to make sure they were super comfy with it.
So they had their lunar flyby plan review today. So how did that help your team and also help the crew prepare for the flyby that's coming up here shortly?
Yeah, so there were not a whole lot of notes in terms of questions about the lunar targeting plan during that review process, and really just made us super excited to get that new file updated to them after the trajectory update. So yeah, we're just really looking forward to providing them the lunar targeting package, which will actually be uplinked today.
All right, coming up in about a day or two, we will have that flyby, and I know a lot of people are waiting with bated breath, even though they've already made some lunar observations even as early as today during some of that opportunistic imaging we heard earlier. But what are you personally most looking forward to with the flyby?
Oh, man. I was in the science evaluation room, the SIR, when they were doing those observations earlier today, and tears were happening. It was just amazing to hear. So much training and excitement and passion has gone into this mission, I'm sure from more than just outside of our team. So having those observations be heard by us and having them call out specific features was just, it almost felt like a dream, like unreal. And so, you know, that was maybe 10 minutes of observations, and we're going to have many, many hours of it. So we're packing up on tissues.
I think it'll be an exciting day, and they really bring it to life with some of their observations and being able to describe what they're seeing for us here on the ground. Is there anything particular that you're hoping that the crew will be able to capture?
Yeah, so personally, Earthrise and Earthset, I'm really, really excited to hear any of their verbal observations and also see the imagery. The Apollo era imagery of Earthrise is just amazing. So excited to see that, 50-ish years later, and just seeing the Earth at a new perspective. And I know the crew also has their own areas of interest on the lunar surface that they're excited to see. So I'm excited to hear kind of like the excitement in their voice describing those features.
I think it'll be exciting for all of us here on the ground hearing some of those, but I'm sure the view that we're going to get won't compare to what they're seeing. And of course, we'll get some of that imagery, still imagery and video downlinked after the flyby as well. But thank you so much for joining us. To wrap it all up, is there anything else you want to share with the world about your role in this mission?
Yeah, really just that, this is the first crewed Artemis mission, and I'm really looking forward to all of the future ones and helping support that.
You can normalize OE2, and you can also go for flush. The toilet is spooling down now.
Houston copies both. We will put the vent in work and let you know when you're go for toilet. Also, we wanted to offer one item for you. We noticed that your PCDs were not changing automatically to the sleep brightness, the pre-sleep lighting config on your screens. And if you'd like to set that up, we can offer a procedure.
If you want to just put it in the mission summary, that'd be great, but I think we know how to use Flux. If you're talking about Flux, we know how to use it, and we'll just monitor that on our own.
That's it, and all right, well, you got it.
And there's some communications from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman on board the Orion spacecraft. They were referring to the PCDs, which are their portable computing devices, basically the tablets that they reference procedures on. And again, the crew is in their pre-sleep period as they wind down their day. So Sarah, you were talking a little bit about what you'd like to share with the public about this mission and some of the excitement that you have to round out our discussion.
Integrity, if able, we would take some crew observations of the vent in work.
All right, before we get stepped on again by some of that communications with the crew, let's go ahead and wrap it up. Is there anything else you wanted to share?
just looking forward to future missions and the observations that we'll see in Flight Day 6.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah. It was a pleasure to have you joining us, and we look forward to that lunar flyby and some of the amazing work you've put into that lunar targeting package. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we're starting to see just a little bit of venting, and it sounds like up here that OE2 is still privatized.
Okay, we copy both, and sorry about that. We'll work on OE2.
And now we have a pretty good vent. I would say we're 50% blizzard with a few chugs of full blizzard. There was a full blizzard right there, but it looks about like it has the last few days, maybe a little less right now.